Check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, 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 check.
For attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. We still have around 7 minutes to the start of our program. And while waiting, as can be seen around us here, there are many posters, presentation, and also there will be a video session which talk about the content of the poster. So could you please, everyone to have a look the posters and then do the vote for each poster and for each video that we can see together from the screen. Only a 1 minute video. So later in the end of this program, we will announce the best or the winner of the poster and the video. Thank you. Bapak Ibu, sambil menunggu dimulainya kegiatan ini, seperti terlihat di sekitar kita ada banyak poster yang ditampilkan, dan silahkan mengisi waktu sampai dengan dimulainya kegiatan ini dengan melihat poster, kemudian melakukan voting untuk poster terbaik. Dan pada saat yang sama, kami juga akan memutar video yang berisi poster hanya 1 menit, dan nanti kami memohon kepada para hadirin untuk dapat melakukan voting terhadap video. Di akhir acara ini akan diumumkan poster dan video terbaik yang akan menjadi pemenang pada program kali ini. Terima kasih. No. I'm only announcing that the poster can be voted. I also did it in two languages.
So it was a clearing, I missed something. No.
Yeah, I also didn't know it. They just told. They are the poster of the students, right? Of the students of Atma Jaya, mostly.
Mostly, yeah. Mostly of the Atma Jaya. You did not bring anything.
No, we haven't. We didn't have time to prepare.
No.
I found you have many friends here in Indonesia.
Yeah,
You have many friends here.
I started this update from program. Maybe you need this one. We had the first time I was here with joining Morni and she came to Germany for the doctoral thesis, and then she invited me to come to Indonesia.
Okay. You continue with some more projects here then?
No, just make contacts, making some lectures, and because all of the people, all of the German working here, they're normally in sustainability, and my topic is sustainability, and the context of sustainability is quite small. Yeah. And in 2019, I could suddenly do that what I ever wanted to be in a supply chain. So it was textile, and so I really tried to make strategic networking, and this was also the time I contacted Mohammed and you, and he invited you immediately, and so everything proved.
Yeah, nice.
But we should go to
Later we will stand up in the middle maybe first.
Okay, together in the middle, and then go outside.
Yeah.
Good idea. Hello? Okay.
This is our future. Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia is one of the leading private universities in Indonesia, committed to create high-skilled professionals in their fields. In responding to global challenges with orientation of future and new normal adaptation, Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia is continuously growing, developing, while professionally managed. Atma Jaya University is currently operating in 3 locations. The first campus located in Semanggi, which is set as the Center for Nation Development. The second is Pluit Campus, focused as the Center for Health Development. And the third campus, or the Center for Human Development, is located in Bumi Sabung Damai. Today, Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia offers 3 leading programs, with 8 faculties, 20 undergraduate programs, 14 graduate programs, and 4 professions programs. In preparing students to be high-skilled professionals, Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia is always prioritizing its vision and mission. That is, to be a leading university, excellent at both national and international level, while integrating Christian faith, science, technology, and culture. 75% of lecturers are leading national universities alumni, while 25% are overseas graduates, all highly experienced practitioners in their fields. To support students' activities, various facilities are provided, including dormitories with a capacity of 172 students, for 84 male students and 88 female students. The 4-story dorm also provides praying room, pantry, community room, and parking space. Each dorm room is equipped with air conditioning, Wi-Fi, 24-hour CCTV, and also bike for students to ride to their campus, as well as sports hall, library, and laboratory. In addition to that, we are also partnering with national and foreign companies, as well as leading institutions. This partnership guarantees Atma Jaya graduates opportunities of future careers. Christian, excellent, professional, and caring. Atma Jaya University for God and nation.
I'm Renewable from Atma Jaya, Indonesia, created this poster. Water is a luxury, is a limited resource, and we can run out of it. The poster serves to sensitize people to a conscious use of and a wise use of it. There are many simple actions you can take to reduce the waste of water. Turn off the tap when it's not in use. Use energy efficient water saving devices. Reuse water for landscape gardens. Take a shower, not a bath, so you can reduce the water waste. We are sure that by taking this simple action, we can contribute to the sustainability of our planet and to the reduction of water waste. Don't waste water because a drop of clean water means for life today and later. Let's make this world a better place for future generation. Thank you.
Chicken meat is one of the most used protein sources in a lot of Indonesian dishes. However, predicting the freshness of the meat that was sold in pet products is a tricky situation. Most of the time, we rely on our senses to guess if the meat is safe for consumption, but still, a lot of misjudgment happen, which also led to food poisoning incidents and a great amount of food waste. Here's where intelligent packaging with a form of indicator film could help. This film consists of water-soluble chitosan as a solid base and natural colorant as the dye. The colorant used is pH sensitive and has the ability to exhibit color changes when it was exposed to different pH environments. This indicator film is capable of monitoring meat product freshness such as chicken breast, where spoilage is indicated by pH changes. This innovation in packaging can hugely help consumers with food safety, so the next time they buy meat products, they can rest assured that the products are safe for the cooking process.
Indonesia has a vast area with abundant marine products that are rich in protein and prone to decay due to microbial activity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Usually known by
we would love to start our program. Please take a seat. Thank you. So please welcome, take a seat, get seated. Thank you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, We are about to start our program, so could everyone please have a seat in your respective table? Thank you. The Honorable Dr. Agustinus Prasentiantoko, Rector of Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Dr. Ego Syahrial, Secretary General for New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ibu Anissa Fitria, Head of Science and Technology of the German Embassy in Jakarta, Bapak Yaya Winarno Junardy, President of UN Global Compact Indonesia, Bapak Iwan Kurniawan Lukminto, Vice President Director of PT Sri Rejeki Isman Tbk, Bapak Andi Susanto from the Directorate of Textile Industry, Leather and Footwear, Ministry of Industry, Ms. Marina Shabun, CSR and Sustainability Specialist Textile and Apparel, founder of Closed Loop. All the EnaTex team, representative of textile companies in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, and may I extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor, distinguished guests, and everyone present both online and offline. We are so humble and honored to become a moderator in this symposium, which carry on with a very hot recent topic, textile science meets textile economy sustainability as a chance, sustainable impulses for the Indonesian textile industry.
We like to thank you all for all your to be present in this symposium, and let us extend our gratitude to the Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia organizing this symposium. We know how much time you invested here, how much energy. Thank you for that. I myself and Mrs. Ida Nuramrani, we will be moderating our program this afternoon. So please let me introduce you for a short moment. Mr. Ida Nuramjani is the head of Department of Textile Chemistry of the Polytech STT Bandung. She has long working in the area of textile chemistry, especially in dyeing technology, including sustainable processes, as well as in smart textiles. Polytech STT Bandung is our research partner in the field of textile, as the Atma Jaya University is our research partner in the CSR management and LCA.
And then I will introduce you, Monica. Professor Monica Eigenstetter. Is it correct? Okay. So she is the head of Research Institute, AUGE, of Niederrhein University of Applied Sciences in Germany, who will guide through, I first met her in 2019, one day in Belgium, and we then found connection to work together in the project concerning on energy efficiency and sustainability.
So now, to begin our program, we want to start with the singing of the anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, continued with the Mass of the Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia. For thus, I would kindly invite everyone, please to stand up to sing together.
Paguyuban Widiani, Universitas berasaskan Pancasila, cita harapan bangsa, serempak dalam satu karya, amal ilmu dan pekerti, ikut membangun gereja nusa dan bangsa Indonesia, menjunjung tinggi citra dan mulia, jiwa tridharma perguruan tinggi, bersatu berpadu dalam sukanya, dalam dukanya, Atma Jaya. Kami Unika Atma Jaya, paguyuban Widiani, mengabdi cinta bangsa luhur dan berbudi, hidup Atma Jaya.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Before continuing to the main program, please be attention of some announcement. As you can see around here, there are a lot of posters displayed. There will be a poster session during the break at 4 p.m. And so please have a look, and we would like to ask all the guests here offline to vote for the best poster. And to involve the vote, you can scan the QR code which is on the table, and so you can make your judgments and your assessments. The other code will you give an access to the privacy concern from participants that this event will be published in the platform. Please give your consent that this event will be published.
So everyone who has any concern with the general publication could scan the QR code on your table, and then you can fill in the form. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome you today to the Symposium, Textile Science Meets Textile Economy at Atma Jaya, Catholic University of Indonesia in Jakarta. This is a hybrid event, so in addition to the on-site participants, we have many international guests joining us online. This event is part of the German-Indonesian EnaTex project, funded by the German government, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, BMBF, with a special title, Energy and Sustainability in the Textile Industry. Energy efficiency and renewable energies in partnership for climate protection.
What we should add to this title is that we have, since we started to apply for this program, we had a lot of changes in the regulation in the European Union and Germany and also worldwide. And so we can say this project is influenced by a lot of dynamic. At the EU level, for example, where we are deeper into, the Green Deal is announced. This is a comprehensive framework on regulation to reduce the climate impact. One of the topics will be a carbon border tax, which will affect also the textile supply chain, but also the other industries here. An ESG taxonomy, that means ESG, environmental, social, governance, taxonomy will impact the financial investments. So every company has to show in future that you are complying with ecological and social standards and that you will work on anti-corruption. Due diligence guidelines have been announced on human rights, and this is on the national levels. There we have already 11 in the European Union, and so the European Union will pass on one general guideline on human rights, due diligence, and also on reporting on CSR in the end of the year, latest in the beginning of the next year. So this everything is impacting the whole industry, in Germany, in Indonesia, all over the world, who is in relationship with the European Union. And this makes it so important to work on this together in a partnership.
Well, our leading idea of the symposium is that sustainability as a chance, sustainable impulses for the Indonesian textile industry. The European market, which is still the biggest garment market in the world, will focus on new regulation which will be introduced with the EU Green Deal. So this joint Indonesian-German moderation, as well as the Indonesian-German twin lectures, shall symbolize the spirit of the joint project EnaTex, which is focused on the joint development of partnership in universities, companies, and civil society in the field of sustainability.
And just to give you the idea about this afternoon program, we will start a brief welcoming ceremony. We had it already. We will have then the first beginning some greeting notes. Then we will continue with some keynotes. Later on, we will have a panel discussion here and some twin lectures with additional discussion on specific topics, energy, CSR, and also on textile innovation processes. And so we do stop our introduction now and give opportunity that our honored host will open the ceremony. Thank you.
Okay. Without further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency, Rector of Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia, Dr. Agustinus Prasetyanto, to deliver his welcoming speech officially and officially open the symposium. Pak Agustinus, please.
Honorable speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. In Jakarta, maybe good morning in Germany or other places in Europe. Welcome to the International Symposium on Sustainable Textile Industry. For Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia, it is really an honor, also a privilege to host and organize this event. This event is a part of Indo-German EnaTex projects, and this project is an applied research project supported by several institutions, namely ISES Research Institute, University of Applied Sciences, Saarbrücken in Germany as a coordinator of these projects. And Atma Jaya Catholic University is also involved in this project as a local partner together with Polytechnic Sekolah Tinggi Tekstil Bandung. And I think some other industries, companies from both countries, Indonesia and Germany, is also involved in this project. We appreciate to all parties involved in this project. We extend our gratitude to your significant contribution to this applied research. We acknowledge very well that the issue of these research projects on sustainable textile industry is a very important, and this is the relevant and also timely issue. Pandemic gave us a moment of reflection on how we manage or organize our life, especially on how we manage the business. Pandemic itself told us boldly that the world is not sustainable. Million people who dies due to this virus is a cause of humanity, and we have to avoid in the future. To respect to million lives who pass away during this pandemic, we have to change our life, including change our way of life to manage the business. It is time to reformulate the industrial strategy toward sustainable industry. We are very happy to follow the symposium, and we do hope that we have really find a new way towards the sustainable textile industry. Thank you very much, and have a nice discussion until the end of this event. Thank you.
We have now the honor to welcome Mrs. Anissa Fitria, Head of Science and Technology from the German Embassy, which will talk about the cooperation between Germany and Indonesia.
Thank you. Dear all participants, keynote speakers, guests, and viewers, warm greetings. At first, let me introduce myself. My name is Anissa Fitria. I am currently the new head of Science and Technology Division at Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Jakarta. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all participants on today's symposium, Textile Science Meets Textile Economy at this beautiful Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia. Sustainability has gained considerable traction. Many countries have integrated sustainability and environmental protection as part of their national development agenda. Many businesses have realized the considerable long-term potential in sustainable development, and many research agendas have aligned with sustainability goals. The challenges that mark 2022 give rise to new imaginaries on how to either return to a new normal or to forge ahead into a challenging and more sustainable future. The climate crisis and its consequences will not guarantee a more sustainable future, but it certainly provides a narrow window of opportunity to rethink outdated economic, social, and environmental arrangements. It is encouraging to note widespread calls for a sustainable new normal. The world today is facing many challenges. We must address the sustainability agenda to deliver improvements in efficiency and resource productivity. Together with the public and private sectors, non-governmental, intergovernmental organizations, scientists, engineers are responsible to build a better life and safety for society through the application of knowledge to convert resources into products and services without compromising the ability of future generations to cope with their needs. In this case, we should be clearly aware of the importance of this interdisciplinary cooperation. Environmental and research is an essential constant in the scientific and technological cooperation with Indonesia. In addition to the joint collaborative project in the areas of coarse water management and marine and coastal research, which have been successfully implemented and completed, with two further collaborative projects are currently being funded in the areas of sustainable energy supply for textile companies and the environmental compatible and efficient mining process. In the amendment notice of the funding measure International Partnerships for Sustainable Innovation, or Client 2, in 2018, Indonesia was aided as a partner and a target country in the priority areas of raw material efficiency and circular economy, climate protection and energy efficiency, adaptation to climate change, and land management. Unfortunately, Herr Roland Keil, as program administrator from DLR, cannot come to Jakarta and attend this event due to illness, but I'd like to mention that BMBF, or Federal Ministry of Education and Research, is funding the Client 2 Joint Project Climate Protection, Energy and Sustainability in the Textile Industry, Energy Efficiency in Renewable Energies in Partnership for Climate Protection, or EnaTex, from 2021 to 2024. The central objective of the cooperation project is to demonstrate solutions for higher energy efficiency, the integration of renewable energy, and integrated energy management, and the conversion of the production chain with the aim of the fossilization of the textile industry at renowned Indonesian textile production companies. Ladies and gentlemen, the improvement of the organizational structure only will not be enough. Improvement of the educational systems has to go along with it. This includes an improvement of the qualities of schools and teaching until the further assistance in creating new companies and help scientists to build up their own companies by providing venture capital and advice. In Indonesia, the Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training has been advising the Indonesian government since 2019 on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Gadget on the establishment of a national coordination mechanism for vocational education and training as a part of the Technical and Vocational Education Training System Reform, or TSR project. The objective of this TSR is to support the Indonesian government in implementing key elements of the national TVET strategy. The focus is on two key areas of intervention. First, establishing a national TVET coordination body to play a coordinating and steering role in Indonesia's TVET system. And second, strengthening economic engagement in the implementation of the national TVET strategy at the national and subnational levels. Indonesia just strengthened its efforts to build up a quality-assured vocational training and education system following the example of the German Duale Berufsausbildung. The aim of vocational training is to provide the necessary skills and qualifications to perform a qualified job in a changing world of work. And the German government supports this plan with a bunch of projects. Ladies and gentlemen, like we already knew, Asia is one of the most dynamic areas in the world, not only in economical but also in scientific aspects. Many innovations, developments, and patents will in the future come from this region. It is German interest to further develop the cooperation and assist in capacity building. Scientific cooperation between Indonesia and Germany has a long tradition. It already started in the 60s when scientists visited each other, and especially young Indonesians were looking for a challenging environment for their scientific work. One thing is certain, the more efficient science in Indonesia, the more efficient the cooperation between the partners will be. That's why Germany and Indonesia should intensify its cooperation in building up a national innovation system. A key role of the embassy is to support the cooperation in science and technology and make this available to both countries as they pursue their development goals in human health, agriculture, industry, energy, social science, natural resource management, and many other areas. Furthermore, it is important for the authorities to decide in which area investment in science and technology are expected to have the best output. Indonesia, with its huge biodiversity, has a natural potential to develop their agribusiness industry and related areas. But the decision in which areas to spend the limited funds should be based on board discussion between government, scientists, and companies. Having the economical and financially positive status quo of Indonesia in mind, I think the time is right for further improvements in the areas of science and technology. It is part of our concern on contribution of science and technology for enhancing not only nation but also international productivity and progress. In my view, there is no better way to ensure our response to the call for sustainable development is truly meaningful than involves two people we aim to serve. This has the importance that the knowledge we generate, the innovations we come up with, and the technology we develop should go towards uplifting the lifestyles of the people we serve. The outcomes of this conference, or this symposium, will therefore have no meaning unless they reach the end users or put our practical use. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contributions to both countries, but also to the world advancement in the not-too-distant future. To all of our distinguished guest speakers, keynote speakers, and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and join this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now invite Mrs. Katja Weiler. She is the representative of our lead, the ICES Institute, or ICES AG GmbH in Saarbrücken. And the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eigenstädter, for this introduction. As you said, my name is Katja Weiler. I'm working as the project coordinator of the EnaTex project, which is funded by the German Ministry of Education and Research. I would like to take the opportunity today to introduce you about how this project collaboration has been developed and about specific contents of our collaboration for the next 3 years. I would like to beg you that we are opening the presentation so that the audience can follow up my explanations. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the EnaTex project, just a second. Okay. The EnaTex project, where we are here sitting together to having our formal kickoff of the project cooperation, has been developed with a consortium of 10 German Indonesian partners to study, to research on, and to bring more insights on the innovation, technology innovation part of the textile industry for Indonesia and all over the world, in order to bring more energy efficiency and renewable energy consumption offsettings into the textile production industries. We are working together for 3 years on the topic energy efficiency, technology innovation, but also on the framework on making the production sites more sustainable. You can see here on this slide our logos of our partnership. As I said before, we are working together with 10 partners, Indonesian and German partners, from the research, from the industrial side, and also from the political and academic side. I would like also to thank you pretty much for the cooperation here and hosting us to the Atma Jaya Catholic University, which are our honored partners in the project, and they are researching here on focus on the corporate social responsibility, pretty much with environmental psychology department, and also giving us technical advice by the mechanical technical department for energies. The other university partner from Indonesia is the STTT Bandung. Thank you very much for cooperating with us, Mr. Professor Muhammad Widodo. And we have here gained a very honored partner from Indonesia on the textile academic research. Our STTT partner Bandung is also providing us special contacts into the Indonesian textile industries so that we could also gain 2 industrial partners which are part of our project consortium from Indonesia. This is the very successful and very big company SriTex. Here, thank you very much for uptaking our research collaboration also to SriTex. We have here also today 2 representatives giving a speech later on. But not only the big company and very successful company SriTex is joining the consortium, we wanted to spread a little bit more our cooperation also to smaller companies or medium-sized companies. Therefore, we have on board Harapan Kurnia company from the textile production here also in Indonesia, Bandung. From the German expertise cooperation partners, let me please start with the University of Applied Sciences Niederrhein, represented by the Auge Institute and the FTB Institute for Textile Innovation and Production. They will, of course, import their direct expertise to all our activities here. The relation with the Indonesian partners, especially from the academic sector with Atma Jaya University and also STTT Bandung, was initiated by Professor Dr. Eigenstetter from the University of Niederrhein. And she has a very long-time relation built up as she was very close in the research cooperation with Atma Jaya since up to now 20 years. A contract between the universities with University of Niederrhein and Atma Jaya, as well between University Niederrhein and STT Bandung, has been signed in the years 2014 and 19. So you can see our collaboration between the Indonesian German partners is grounded on very solid soil. From the other German experts, we have gained the IFOI Institute from Heidelberg. IFOI Institute is supporting us with their well-expertised knowledge on integrated life cycle sustainability assessments for all our activities we are performing. Besides this scientific analysis on sustainability, we have also gained 2 companies to join us. The one is an expert on the machinery production from Germany. This is the Bruckner company from Germany, who is already well known in Indonesian but also other Asian and global markets. For the renewable energy part, we have gained the partner Sun Farming AG, Sun Farming from Germany. They are experts in the renewable energies, pretty much on photovoltaic systems, where we could offset then the fossil energy consumption to more renewables in our project. Us as ITSIS, we are taking the lead. We are a research partner and taking the leading role. And we will serve the project with our expertise on sustainable defossilized energy systems. So this is like a short review of our consortium, but these are the operative partners. So the German partners are funded by the German Ministry of Education and Research, and the Indonesian partners are cooperating without the German funding, which we are trying to give something else back, means expertise, knowledge, and long-lasting cooperation. Thank you very much. Assessed and supported, we are with a strategic network, and this is also quite interesting because we could generate cooperations with the GIZ Energy Indonesia, with the German Chamber of Commerce, the Econit of Indonesia, with the TÜV Nord Indonesia, but also with a branch of different textile supporting associations like Femnet and other institutions in Germany and also in Indonesia. So I think we are well equipped to starting now our cooperation for the project. You got here the overview on our partnership structure. And let me please now continue with my presentation on our motivation and maybe also drivers for this research. As Professor Eigenstetter already has mentioned, we have very important drivers here why we are doing this research on technology innovation and defossilization in the textile industry here in Indonesia and also worldwide. Because we are driven by an immense fluctuation and new settings of policies on the European Union market as an uptaker of the textile products from Indonesia, but also in Indonesia itself, we have a new setting of policies to strengthen the Indonesian textile sector. As all our activities from the textile production are under high pressure because of global competitiveness, Indonesian market is going that way that they would like to perform themselves as a high excellent textile innovation provider. And here it is very important that also the policy has set some instruments and regulations that they would like to see, or that they have already established the textile sector as one of the key sectors for industry in Indonesia to be ahead. And here they're supporting also the Indonesian textile industry with incentives on their textile renewing activities so that the textile machinery park can be renewed and becoming also more competitive and also energy saving and also more economical visible. But not only the Indonesian policies are striving for a higher efficiency or for a strengthening of the textile sector. Globally and also at the European market, we have the situation that climate change is really there. And all our legislation and policies are currently changing towards more activities in relation with climate change. We have at the European Union policy level this part that we have the Green Deal facilitated. This is a policy which will hinder products and activities and services to enter in future our market, the European market, with high CO2 impacts. And this is very important that also our Indonesian partner is having access and knowledge on this, because many products and many financial activities have to become CO2 transparent on their product life cycle. And this is something with our project we want to also support the companies, here Harapan Kurnia and SriTex, that we are offering them knowledge and also expertise how to proceed on with the new current tendencies from the European market to enter these markets also in future quite well. I go now to the next slide. I have here wrapped up a little bit the history from our cooperation. So in the beginning of 2019, we started to apply for the EnaTex project by the German Ministry of Education and Research. This application procedure was actually taking 2 years until the project was, let's say, awarded and got approved. That had the reason behind, due to COVID-19 and some ministerial and authority issues of reinstallation of them. So we had to wait for 2 years, starting our project EnaTex, which had then finally approved in July 2021. That means 2 years having no funding is a quite long time to collaborate and maintain our cooperation. And what we did here, not to lose our excellent partners of Indonesia, we have provided a set of, let's say, web-based expertise exchange seminars that we are getting to know each other even better and that we are sharing already our knowledge amongst. And thank you very much for all the partners that you have joined all the 2 years and not getting lost, so that we now can really start with our activities. And here you can see some basic figures. So this project is funded around 2 million euros from the German side, and the project will due 3 years. So the next 3 years, maybe also with a prolongation to 4 years, we will be quite often in Indonesia and trying to serve you and trying to find out what will be the best for the project. And let me come please to my last slide. This is a slide where I'm talking about, let's say, the context of our work. EnaTex, the project, is structured with 3 topics which are belonging together. We are working under the sustainability framework with 2 companies, SriTex and Harapan Kurnia, as case studies, with our expertise to do performance activities and studies on making their activities more energy efficient and making those activities more offsetted by renewable energies. Everything, of course, in the context of economical and political compliance. This is for sure. And the big part, renewable energies and energy efficiency bringing into the companies, is of, as we have seen, of high interest because of the political framework conditions, but also of the economical framework conditions of each company itself. Therefore, we are looking inside some technical process parts. For example, here the wet finishing process of the textile industries, which is a very high energy consuming process step. And but also the dry finishing is also a very high intensive project part. Here we are focusing in their production lines on that and to define measures what we can improve in the energy part and how we can offset with local renewable energies the energy consumption. But renewable energies and energy efficiency are not everything. We also looking for technology innovation, which we can also apply there. We have already prepared and defined a set of innovative technologies we have offered to the companies to put in place, either in a lab scale or also really on-site. This we will investigate, and investigating also the impacts of these innovation parts on CO2 balances and also on other environmental loads like water consumptions and land use, etc. The framing of those activities is the sustainable assessment. Here we are using this strategic management approach of the corporate social responsibility. This is then facilitated by Atma Jaya and University of Niederrhein Auge Institute, and they are assessing our activities, which we have defined for the company, but also their impacts on the total process line from the beginning, from the garment until to the end, with their sustainability impact analysis. This will be supported by an integrated life cycle sustainability assessment by IFA, as I explained in the beginning. When we have facilitated all of these different sectors to improve the textile sector in Indonesia, to make it more efficient, more sustainable, and more future-oriented for the upcoming markets, then we would like to offspread also this know-how also to other countries. And this is because we are in research and development project. This is an important step, that we are taking this information out, which is allowed, of course, by the company secrets, and disseminating it to the other countries and other research institutions. At the end, when we are performing very well, we hope that we can integrate also our findings into master or dual bachelor degrees between our German and Indonesian companies, that we are facilitating also the science outputs into the university education. This is so far from me, my explanations from this project. If you have more questions on the EnaTex details, please feel free to contact me. My name is Katja Weiler. I'm the project manager and coordinator of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katja. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our second part of the symposium, which is the keynote speech. So we have 3 keynote speakers. And first, we now have the honor to welcome Dr. Ego Syahrial, Secretary General for New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Politics is the most important actor for sustainability by setting the guidelines in society and economy. Dr. Ego Syahrial will speak on the status quo and the future of renewable energy and energy efficiency in Indonesian textile industry. One interesting thing about Dr. Ego, he received in 2021 Meritocracy Award from the National Civil Servant Commission, KASN. Also, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources received an excellent rating for good, accountable, and transparent management of its civil servants. Dr. Ego Syahrial, please, having the online presentation. Speak.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Yaya Winarno, Junardy, President, United Nations Global Compact Indonesia, Mr. Iwan Lukminto, Vice President, Directorate, SriTex Indonesia, all distinguished speakers, participants, good afternoon from Jakarta. First of all, I would like to address my compliment to this multi-stakeholder symposium for inviting Minister Tasrif to address 2 keynote speeches. Our apology that Minister Tasrif could not join us here today due to unavoidable agenda, and I will represent him on this speech. In this first keynote speech, I would like to give remark on G20 presidency and climate change challenge for Indonesia industries, particularly in energy transition. The newest IPCC report has addressed that global CO2 emission continues to rise to the unprecedented level, creating more severe impact on our humanity. These adverse impacts on climate change have alarmed us about the risk of greater damage and losses to our global economy. As the key factor of enhancing ambition to face the situation, therefore, the acceleration of energy transition is a must. This is the key takeaway from COP26 Glasgow last year for energy and broader sector, including industries. Energy transition has been adopted as one of the three main pillars of G20 2022 Indonesia presidency. Under the main theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, G20 Indonesia presidency set three main pillars, namely global health architecture, digital economic transformation, and sustainable energy transition. The pillar of sustainable energy transition is held under the Energy Transition Working Group, addressing three priority issues on accessibility, technology, and financing. Through the presidency, the energy transition pillar, and the three priorities, we expect that G20 Forum could be leading by example through actionable results. Briefly speaking, of course, energy transition and clean industry are part of our discussion. Clean industry development is a topic that becomes the discussion under the priority on issue on technology. We have done the first meeting of Energy Transition Working Group around a month ago in Yogyakarta. In that meeting, G20 members and invitees endorsed the three main priorities in energy transition and the main agenda, heading towards the key deliverable on global deal to accelerate energy transition in the ministerial meeting and leaders summit in Bali. We call all these stages as the road to Bali. Energy transition and clean industry have correlated each other. Speaking about making industries cleaner and greener, we must embed just energy transition. This is because energy transition and clean industry will unlock the achievement of multiple goals in Agenda 2030, Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable energy access and transition is the key to achieve other goals such as sustainable industry, innovation, and infrastructure, decent jobs and economic growth, as well as climate action. Both energy and industry are pivotal to sustain our economy nationally, regionally, and globally. In relation to clean industry development, sustainable energy transition has at least three main challenges. First, countries have their respective challenges and needs in transitioning their energy system to become more sustainable. Assisting energy system from infrastructures, industries, and organizational systems should be continuously adjusted to support the process of energy transition. Second, energy transition will require the change and shift on technologies, jobs, and other economic opportunities. New skills, capacities, and expertise are needed to accelerate the transition. According to the International Energy Agency, only 50% of technology is available to support energy transition, while the remaining, which cover hydrogen-based steel, advanced batteries, small modular reactors, and other technologies, are still under development. They are also still dominated by advanced industrial countries from G7. The challenges are more evident in the context of emerging economics and developing countries. Growing industries must struggle with the sustainability issues. Third, the transition toward sustainable energy requires huge amount of financing. International Renewable Energy Agency has estimated that for reaching net zero emission by 2050, international community needs to triple annual investment up to 4.4 billion US dollar to deploy clean energy. This applies to larger section, other sectors, including industry. Textile industry is actually not categorized as heavy industries. United Nations Industrial Development Organization estimated that around 70% of global greenhouse gas emission is contributed by 5 industry subsectors: cement, steel, aluminum, chemicals, and oil refineries. However, the contributor from textile industry remain important in Indonesia national circumstances. Textile industry was responsible for 1.20% of our national GDP, 8.2% of national export, or equal to around 12.3 billion US dollar, and provided direct employment up to 2.7 million people, or around 70% of the total workforce in Indonesian manufacturing industry. In addition, in the Energy Efficiency Market Report 2018, International Energy Agency estimated that less energy-intensive industries, including textile industries, globally have the greater energy efficiency potential, saving around 70% by 2040. Therefore, I do appreciate the EnaTex project as a partnership between German and Indonesia parties in decarbonizing industries, particularly in textile industries. I find that the EnaTex project will become an example of multi-stakeholder collaboration in accelerating energy transition on industry from German and Indonesia sides. By this significance, I do hope that this project will lead by examples in cleaning the industrial sectors. Without further ado, I wish you all have a successful symposium on making textile industries cleaner, greener, and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ego Syahrial. Next, we have Mr. Yaya Winarno Junardy, the President of UN Global Compact Indonesia. The UN Global Compact was the first international standard that described the responsibility of the organization, first in 9, then in 10 demands. The goal then, as now, is to encourage organizations to take action for sustainability in all its facets. So now we would like to invite Mr. Yaya Winarno Junardy to deliver the speech.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and greetings from Bali. My sincere apologies for being unable to attend this symposium in person. I'm currently in Bali for the pre-event of the UN Global Platform Disaster Risk Reduction organized by Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management and United Nations Global Compact Network in Indonesia. First of all, I would like to congratulate the German-Indonesia project EnaTex for conducting this symposium, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak about this important subject, which is related to two important matters: textile and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, it is difficult to imagine a world without textile. Clothes and textile are one of the fundamental needs in our life. While providing comfort and protection, clothes are representing the culture of the society, an important expression of lifestyles, self-confidence, and image of individuals. At the same time, the fashion industry is a significant sector in the global economy, providing employment of hundreds of millions around the world. Indonesia is the 10th largest textile exporter in the world. Its textile industry has long been a major industry to absorb labor force. It substantially contributes to the major economic growth by employing more than 3 million workers, or but more than 20% of the total workforce in the manufacturing industry. Unfortunately, the fashion industry, including the textile sector, is the second pollutant in the world, which is mass as 92 tons per year of textile waste. Large amount of non-renewable resources are extracted to produce clothes that are often used for only a short time, after which the materials are mostly sent to the landfill or incinerated. According to the 2017 Ellen MacArthur Foundation's report titled A New Textile Economy Redesigning Fashion's Future, more than 500 billion of US dollars of value is lost every year due to the clothing underutilizations and the lack of recycling. A total greenhouse gas emission from textile production is at 1.2 billion tons annually, surpassing those emitted from all international flights and maritime shipment combined. Another report also coming from the UN Alliance for Sustainable Fashion stated that fashion industry is not only contributing massively to the gas emission, but also around 215 trillion liters of water per year are consumed by the industry, representing 20% of wastewater pollution globally. Now, ladies and gentlemen, having said that, understanding the above situations, now let me talk about the sustainability, sustainable fashion, and the circular economy. If we talk about the fashion industry, we are talking about the most important trend there, sustainability. We need to recognize that textile production and fashion, of course, is improving a lot the year to year in terms of the skills and resources efficiency. Unfortunately, the pollution produced from the increasing volumes is exceeding any improvement benefits. At the same time, the market is starting to wake up to the fact that the consumer preference has changed and they want more eco-friendly products. Not enough yet, but initiatives are taking place already around the world to address the challenges and to be able to come up with more sustainable and clean green products in the textile industry. One of the global initiatives was the launch of the United Nations Alliance for Sustainable Fashion at the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi in 2019, seeking to address the environmentally, socially destructive practices of fashion and try to harness the industry as a driver for improving the world's ecosystems in the coordinated action to contribute to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Actions in sustainable fashion are not only important for the growth and sustainability of the industry, but also significantly contributes to the achievement of most of the development agenda. It addresses many elements, almost all of the elements of SDGs, covering the 5 P's of SDG: planet, people, prosperity, peace, and partnership. And therefore, the action on this textile or fashion is very, very important for the achievement of the sustainable agenda. For example, this fashion industry involved in addressing the SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 7, clean energy, SDG 8, decent work, SDG 9, industrial innovation, SDG 10, reduce inequality, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 14, life below water, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong education, and last but not least, SDG 17, partnership for all. So addressing sustainability in textile industry is vital for the achievement of this development agenda by 2030. I applaud and appreciate that the symposium today brought to focus the sustainability of the sector, as indicated by your team, sustainability as a chance, sustainable impulses for the Indonesian textile industry, primarily addressing the energy, production process, carbon emission, and supply chain by EnaTex. Those are very, very important actions. I would like to share that Indonesia Global Connect Network, in collaboration with Asosiasi Perancang and Pengusaha Mode Indonesia, or Indonesian Fashion Designer Entrepreneurs Association, has also already announced the strong commitment to promote the sustainable fashion in the industry since the Indonesia Fashion Week in 2019, so right just before COVID. I'm delighted to see that things are moving, although we need to accelerate the action. Several companies are already implementing sustainability through their organization strategies. Examples, Indonesia-based Asia Pacific Rayon is committed to the responsible sourcing of the raw material in the form of low carbon fiber forests as viscose, as that lyocell, and can pave the way for the sustainable fashion. There are other couple of great local designers who are also already embedding the sustainability aspect in their strategy and their products, like Sukacita, Imaji Studio, Pijakuni, and many others. So it's a progressing, and I'm very delighted to see things going on like that. And from the social and marketing aspect, consumers are also holding the key of making fashion sustainable, increasing consciousness about how the companies adopt sustainable practice, environment, and social aspects determine the buying decision and can influence the consumer to choose fiber materials over synthetics and natural dyes over the chemical to start. So the whole industry cycle, from the production process to marketing, branding, and ending with the consumption, need to approach economical, environmental, and social humanity issues in the marketplace. These are some of the impulses that the market needs to respond to. As opposed to our current linear model, we need to implement the circular economy and adopt the principle of reduce, reuse, and recycle. Considering it deals with the multi-aspect to be addressed, multi-sectors and multi-stakeholders collaboration within and across industry is imperative in order to accelerate the achievement of the growth and sustainability of the industry. Creating sustainable practices should be an inspiration for all and not a barrier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Junardy. I have now the honor to very much welcome Iwan Kurniawan Lukminto. He's Vice President of PT3 Rejeki Isman TBK, which is shorter called SriTex. We had the pleasure and honor to meet him yesterday on site, and SriTex is a very impressive company which is employing 50,000 employees. So it's as big as Volkswagen in Germany. So you can and has also this impact. And SriTex is a company which is working since a long time in Germany because they are owning a German company, LHD. And so they know very good the German market, the European market. SriTex is exporting a lot of garments all over the world, and one of the biggest supplier. They are the big supplier for H&M. And so they are in the middle of the transition, and therefore I thank you very much, Mr. Iwan, Kurniawan, Lukminto, that you gave us now an introduction about the challenges and the opportunities related to sustainability for the Indonesian textile industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Atma Jaya and also EnaTex for this initiative of discussing about the possibility of applying sustainability in the textile process. And we do really appreciate on this effort from the government and also from the policy makers about discussing these current issues that is globally discussed and globally raise concern about global warming. I have some presentation that I would like to share. This is more discussion about the practical and more to hands-on on what is the current issues that we are facing, and also about the challenges and opportunities that we are experiencing in the field of Indonesian textile industry. On the next slide, please. Understanding the textile ecosystem, we have to see the overall supply chain of the textile, which is right from the fiber making up to the garment making, which is what we are already established in Indonesia. All the supporting industry has been built and already has a history of more than 70 years. That is, all of the industry has been realized and has been well established in Indonesia. So it is one of the contribution of the textile, a good contribution to the nation's income as well. And as well as we are absorbing a lot of workforce. Therefore, the issues of sustainability has been a discussion globally as well for this in the industry. On the next slide, please. The current issues, there are several current issues that we are facing at the moment. And yes, being in the textile industry, we have to see the fact that a lot of people right now is very concerned about what is the waste we produce and then how pollutable that we are. Yes, and we are claimed to be one of the most pollutable industry. So this kind of a reputation, we have to change the mind of the people, and we have to come up with the idea that we are not being pollutable, but we are now processing in a much cleaner and much greener way. And if we see on the second point is that if we see the whole textile supply chain to produce 1 meter of textile, it's a lot of energy, a lot of water they're used to to make just 1 meter, and a lot of we have to realize that a lot of carbon footprint there. So it is the right way that we have to put a concern on this. And right now, a consumer is also becoming more aware of what is going on, and they are more concerned about what they are buying. So this is one good initiative that we have this symposium to discuss more on what to do next. And the second point is that because we are thinking about a conventional textile process, so there's an opportunity that we can be more innovative on the textile processes. And if we realize the total integration of the supply chain of textile, there are multiple processes that is being done. Multiple similar, I would say multiple and similar processes. So if we are thinking as the whole chain of supply of textile process, we are thinking on how to shorten from making the fiber up to the making the ready-made garment. So how to shorten this process, because it is a lot of energy and a lot of efforts and water consumption is being used to produce just one a garment. So this is a good opportunity for us to have a group discussion about how to shorten the textile process and how to innovate further on these textile processes. And we do realize on the current issues that is concern from the international about regulation on how to reduce carbon footprint, especially in the use of coal. And this is mutually agreed with the whole country that we have to reach to a certain point that we no longer use coal. So this is one issue that we realized by the industry as well. And if we are talking the current issues in Indonesia, we do have limited to energy options. So we do have to realize that in Indonesia, we have a limitation in terms of regulation, in terms of resources, and in terms of financial aspect as well. So at the end, it is again about the financial and how to produce in a cleaner, greener, but also in an affordable way. Because right now, the market is also looking for affordable products. It's not just about a clean and green, but again, the economic of scale has to be one of the aspects we have to be concerned about as well. On the next question, next slide, please. I just highlighted on only few opportunities that we are seeing here. As I've mentioned, that Indonesia is also an integrated textile industry. So a lot of industry supporting the textile are well established in Indonesia already. So EnaTex, when we are doing the research in Indonesia, is the right way because they can do really looking at the a macro scope, what is the total textile from end to end. So it is really a good opportunity for us. Indonesia, as I mentioned also, we have a lot of resources that we can discuss, and we can be the option to have the other alternative of energy that is being used in this case. The next point about in the opportunity is also about the green financing, because it is more and more, we are now facing a time when from the banker side, they are more concerned about green as well. So there are a lot other opportunities that we can do, and a lot of financing becoming offered for a green project. So this is one opportunity that we have to have a green investment and to produce a much cleaner and producing it the right way. On the next, please. The challenges that we have, for example, one is limited access to new energy options. Again, we are looking at Indonesia as one country as a whole in the tropical country. Geographically, we are located in the tropical countries. So there are many options, but again, there are many limitations as well. For example, for wind mill, that is, we do have a limitation on that because of geographically, it's not suitable for us to have that kind of a project. But this is what we have to be realized as well. And if you see the movement of textile industry in Indonesia, it is now centralized in the central Java area, in our area. But then again, we do have to be, we have to communicate this to the government, also to the other energy companies, that on this area, it has to be prioritized to have much more alternative for the energy aside from using oil or using the coal. So it is still a long way for us to do that, but we have to start communicating this to the policymakers and also to the governments on how to produce this and how to make this accessible to the industry in the more affordable and the more efficient way. And other challenges that we face currently, yes, there are some energy alternative that we can opt, but the energy produced, it's not, it's still less than what we are expecting. Just for example, using the solar panel, it is one of the way that we can implement this, the easiest way for us, because we do have the access of sunlight 365 days a year. But the energy produced by this solar panel, it's only impacting a little bit of the energy consumption that we use in the textile industry. So we do still wait for new innovative products from this solar panel on how to more to have effectiveness from this energy options. The other point is about the heavy investment. Of course, when we are implementing this into the industry, the hurdle or what is the obstacle of our industry is about heavy investment. This is when the green financing will really help on the industry on how to help the investment to be realized with the financing, with the more, I would say, if government also can have some subsidize or some options on how to encourage the industry to move into this direction, that would be really help the industry to move better. And at the end, it's about the cost and the price. Yes, we can produce in the cleaner way, but can the market also absorb the price? Because it always comes in both ways. What would be if we can produce all in the cleaner way, but at the end the market would not be able to absorb, or they are not willing to pay. This is also, we have to be we have to think economically as well. And overall, the next slide. Overall, our goal, of course, it's a long way for us to be on that process, but we know what is the goal that we want to achieve. One is of course about cleaner and greener production processes and how to make it more efficient. And second is of course to reduce the carbon footprint. And this is already our discussion is, everything is about how to reduce this carbon footprint. A third one is how to shorten the textile processes from one process to another, because that would also impact on the energy used. And also we are also talking about water consumption. So this is what we are want to discuss much further on this symposium. And the fourth is about how to produce and how to have the access of affordable energy options that we are currently facing. And at the end, it's all about realizing the green economy that would be helpful for all of us. And that will be a short presentation from me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to congratulate for EnaTex and together with Atma Jaya for this symposium, for this initiative also. So again, we are more than welcome for the team to come and analyze and discuss with us on not only finding the current issues, but on also discussing on how for us to improve this energy and how to make and process textile in a much greener and cleaner way. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity, and we are looking forward for welcoming the team to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iwan Lukminto. Thank you all that you were joining us. We will now invite the people on the panel discussion. It will be Mr. Andi Susanto. Please come here. Mr. Setiadi, Mr. Agus Setiadi from the SriTex. Please take your seat. I will open here and go to the side. Mrs. Marina Shaboon, I welcome you here. And Mr. Axel Pieper from Brückner, please take a seat. Oh, you're my close. It's such an honor to have you all here. Please welcome. Either you take over.
Okay, thank you. I think the discussion is now getting hotter after we are having the point of view from the real textile industry, who also one of the object of the sustainability issue for energy, for environment. And we are now here have the very outstanding persons who can speak more about the current issues on sustainability. Also, let me short introduce each of you. Maybe first, Mr. Andi Susanto. You're from the Directorate of Textile Industry, Leather and Footwear, Ministry of Industry. I know you for a long time. I have been knowing you. You were the alumni of our Polytechnic of STTT Bandung. Any other else that you would like to introduce to the audience? Just a short introduction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Ida, and all of you. My name is Andi Susanto, like Miss Ida say. Mr. Widodo and Miss Ida is my lecturer in Polytechnic Textile Bandung. Now I in Ministry of Industry, Directorate of Textile, Leather and Footwear Industry. Now my position is coordinator of program, evaluation and report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then next we have Mr. Agus Setiadi. You are from PT SriTex. Would you like to introduce a short maybe about yourself?
Hello. Yes, I'm Agus Setiadi. I'm from Rejeki Isman. I handle mostly the operations SriTex, including like the sustainability issue, legal issue, and waste management as well under our division. So yeah, it's like I'm honored for this opportunity to speak with you all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus. And then you can extend all the discussion after Pak Iwan presentation before. Okay. And then next, Monica, maybe you can introduce.
Yeah, I would love to welcome Mrs. Marina Shaboon. We know from each other from 2019 also, where we met on a CSR conference. You are very well known to the Indonesian textile industry. Would you please introduce yourself?
Hello. Yeah, it's working. Hi, my name is Marina. I'm the founder of Closed Loop Fashion Consultancy, which is a consulting service that is helping manufacturers in developing countries to improve their compliance level, but also to support them in integrating more sustainability practices and circular economy measures. And yeah, the past about 12 years, I've been working in a lot of factories in more than 30 countries, mainly in Asia, a lot in China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, but also Latin America and Northern Africa. And yeah, my personal approach is with my daily work to really support, to integrate sustainability always in partnership with an innovative approach and also with a circular economy approach. If we look only into sustainability or only in a circular economy, there's always something lacking. So it's very important that we apply holistic practice, and that's kind of what we do in our daily work.
Thank you. And I want to welcome Mr. Axel Pieper. He is the representative CEO of Brückner drying machines, and you are partner in the EnaTex project. I would ask you that you introduce yourself a short moment.
Yes, thank you very much for the short introduction. My name is Axel Pieper. From my educational background, I'm a mechanical engineer of the University of Munich. But I also studied Master of Business Administration. I have a strong tie to Asia, as I was working in Singapore for 3 years as a reorganization manager in a production plant. And in 1998, I joined Brückner, and my wife and I, we are the owners and managers of Brückner, of course together with a very good team. And yeah, our philosophy as a family-owned company is always to be very close to our customers. And my personal motivation as an engineer, I've not only found a profession, I've also found a dedication to be a solution provider for complicated problems. And therefore, for me, it's just a challenge to help our customers to become CO2 neutral step by step. Thank you.
So let me please ask the first question to you, Mr. August Sidiati. How do you rate the national efforts to support the textile industry to transform the energy supply system to a greener energy consumption?
The national effort, I saw there's a positive progress actually in terms of education and raising awareness about the sustainability issue. There's a positive progress, but in terms of maybe the implementation, maybe there's lots of steps that we have to discuss together to find the solution for this sustainability issue.
When we are talking about sustainability, we have different levels where we have to intervene. So we have the political level, which is creating the framework. It is the company level, which has to adjust the framework and have to make the innovation to go on in sustainability. And we have the individual level, the leadership, the leaders, the employees who have to adopt the inside the processes and to drive the innovations. As a company, you are within a framework, so I would love to ask you, which financial instruments do you need to go forward? Because we have heard already there are a lot of investments which have to be taken.
Okay, so basically, the question is about financial instrument.
Yeah.
Consider the scenario. To improve the sustainable, for example, we're talking about the chemical and machinery. Of course, there would be a new research in the chemical or machinery that is more environmentally friendly, and that also costs significant investment, and that moves to the textile industry. Textile industry have to process with increased cost in the production, and at the end, it will be passed on to the end user or customer. And regarding the financial, how can I say, incentive, it has to be discussed together, because there is definitely an increased cost in the end product. That's why efficiency is to achieve more green, we have to put a significant effort, not just awareness, but also investment as well. So this is whereas the financial institution will be part of this, maybe a banking sector or a financial, it can be a different part, but the idea is to tackle the environmental issue, we have to have a joint effort. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Maybe first short question for Mr. Agus. Many concerns regarding the transformation of energy or implementing the sustainability in the industry. What is the highest, the most difficult things to face by the textile industry for us to implement the sustainability that you talk about? Is it the financial that you talk about, or?
Yes, actually, not just the finance, but because every change of technology have a social factor as well.
Yes, of course.
Yes, and this we have to really consider it, and it's one of the issue. But the issue is let me give you some example. Say you bought a clothes for say 10,000 rupiah. Now it processed with the environmentally technology. It costs you more 10% or 20% more. Will you buy it or not?
Maybe if I like it, I will buy it.
I'm very happy to hear it.
I still can't say the amount, so but
Maybe we should pass these questions to Marina. Will the customer buy these clothes?
Yeah, I think actually this was also already mentioned by Iwan Kurniawan from SriTex in his presentation as one of the challenges, the cost versus the price. I personally think this is one of the biggest limitations we have right now to grow in sustainability, because it is actually the biggest gap we have right now to overcome, is that like mainly international brands are requiring the manufacturers and the production countries to implement a lot of certifications. Every brand is asking for different types of certifications, asking for different kind of compliance measures, and integrating this comes with a cost factor. And most of these certifications have to be paid annually, so this is really summing up to a certain amount. And yeah, also, for example, to work with HIG index and so on, you have to increase your sustainability measures every year. There's also, of course, government regulations. If you need to fulfill certain requirements in how you treat your water, that maybe comes with a lot of investments. So all these costs are always actually pushed to the manufacturing stages, whereas the price for the actual product is not increasing. It is consistently the same, and buyers are keeping the prices low, the brands from the manufacturers, whereas the costs for the manufacturing stage are rising due to these required sustainability measures. And this can only collapse on some point, like it can only go on for a certain period of time further, and then it just cannot continue. And I think this is what is really needed, is to foster that dialogue between the brands that are mainly based in Western countries and then their production facilities in the producing countries, and to really see how to overcome this. I was actually just talking to someone yesterday who told me the laundry was requested by a brand to implement a certification which costs 50,000 euro per year. And I was asking, and did the brand offer to actually cover these costs or increase to pay more for the products or guarantee a certain amount of production? And they said no. So how is this a fair system? Yeah, how can you actually request sustainability measures if one of the most important parties in the process is not contributing to support this, especially financially? And yeah, I think so. I 100% agree that we cannot grow in sustainability if this is not solved first.
So maybe it's interesting to ask the Mr. Andi from the government. How is it? Textile industry is always one of the most targeted sectors for sustainability. Is there any say in terms of regulation, or how will you measure this, and how you support the industries to implement this issue?
Thank you. In the textile industry in Indonesia is highly workforce, more than 3.55 million people. Textile industry is one of 3 countries in Indonesia that is one of countries in the world that is integrated, and so the textile industry is one of the priority sector in making Indonesia 4.0, and in the national industry or master plan, or we call it RIPIN. So in RIPIN and also in making Indonesia 4.0, sustainability is one of priority issues that we are going to implement it. That's in textile industry. Indonesia continues to build more sustainable and environmentally friendly textile industry, with the main strength of Indonesian textile industry in renewable fiber like viscose rayon. Currently in Indonesia we have about 887,000 tons capacity of viscose rayon. One of this is SriTex room in Surakarta. Two of biggest other is South Pacific Viscose and also April Group in Riau. And the other priority is about how to create a more efficient and more productive in dyeing and printing industry. We have one of incentive that is encourage industry to use modern technology, more productive, more efficient with machinery restructuring program. Machinery restructuring program is incentive that if industry invest machinery in textile dyeing, printing, and finishing industry, we subsidize about 10% for import machinery and 25% for machinery from our local machinery. Maybe, yes.
Thank you very much. So you are really supporting the textile industry to make a lot of investments. One of the main topics, nevertheless, is energy efficiency. Where do you see, I will address that maybe to Axel. Where do you see the main opportunities here to support the Indonesian textile industry with energy efficiency and maybe also renewable energy? But you are a machine producer for the textile processes, so where do you see the chances?
Yes, when it comes to reducing energy consumption, I basically have 3 different areas to look at. And I would like to compare to car driving. I don't know, who of the audience is driving a car? Please raise your hand. Okay, there's a few of them. Anyways, if you drive a car, first of all, when it comes to driving it in an energy efficient way, you can buy the best available car, best available technology. But then it's only half of, or it's a quarter of the way you have to go. The other quarter is learning how to drive it in the best way. That's a process thing. One is a technological approach, the other one is a process approach. And then the other half, the third part, is to find a way to run it on energy, on CO2 neutral fuels. And that's the hardest part. And when it comes to machines, it's just the same. So the first area to look at is the best available technology. So that refers to energy recovery, that refers to energy efficient motors, that refers to minimal applications and things like that. At least for my part of the industry, which is the finishing machine. When it comes to processes, it's analyzing if the machine is actually running to its fullest potential. And that's the process areas involved here is probably to automate certain parts, use special smart sensors, simulate the process beforehand, try to find the best possible parameters to run the process. That's also partly digitalization. And then it's also a training of the staff. You don't want idle times, you want to reduce times where the machine is unproductive and just consuming energy for no reason. So that's this process part. And the third part is the most difficult part, which we are discussing here, is becoming CO2 neutral with fuels which are not fossil fuels. And here we have a set of different solutions, and one I see for Indonesia is probably to work with biomass and look at that into more detail, and how we can use biomass for process heat, to generate process heat. Another area of interest is electricity. Solar electricity, wind electricity is probably not so attractive. But all of that, and we have analyzed it as a machine maker, is involved with massive investments, extra investments. And I would just like to conclude my statement here. Of course, we can subsidize it from the government side, or we can try to convince our customers buy it because it's energy efficient. But what we need is a level playing field on a global level. Because what use does it have if you as an Indonesian company, or if you have as Indonesia, if you are enrolling to be the greenest manufacturing, but if another country is not doing the same, and if they are still using fossil fuels, which are much less expensive, this whole thing will not work. So we have like a cooperation problem worldwide. It's a cooperation problem. And the only chance to solve this cooperation problem, in my view, is to introduce tax on fossil fuels on a global level, on the same for everybody, to make what is polluting our planet today, to make that more expensive on a global level. Unless that is not done, we will never be able to achieve this goal. That's my opinion.
Okay, maybe a short question. 10% subsidy from the program of the government. Pa Agus, do you think it is effective to encourage or to push the industry?
My question is, does this 10% is in terms of tax or in terms of, yeah?
In terms of what, Pak Andi?
The program is like reimbursement. Reimbursement if you buy the machine and the machine is in your factory.
Yes.
Currently in your factory, we will verify that factory machine is already in there, and we will transfer the money to your bank account.
So it's from the purchase of the new machine with more energy efficient.
Yes, some of requirement for this program, that is must be first machine of dyeing, printing, and finishing industry. Yes. First, and they are using a technology of 4.0.
Yes.
And also, mostly, they have energy efficient, productivity, capacity, and other more modern and efficient technology.
So will this help a lot?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I think SriTex also have this program in about 2007 to 2015.
Yes, actually, like a couple of days ago, like the team from Ministry of Industry visited SriTex, and they talk about this as well. So we would like to know more in detail, like the procedure in applying for this program. Yeah, but it sounds good. Yeah, I'm very happy.
So, as I remember, the Pulse of the Fashion Industry report was saying that immediately 30 to 50% of energy consumption can be reduced through efficiency in the processes, which is a lot. But we need to go to zero carbon somehow, somewhere. And that means that we need additional investments on sustainable and renewable energies. Who is paying for that? So you have at the one point the machines which are more productive, also in the end when you have newer machines. So you have, of course, cheaper products which you can bring in the market. So there is also a real benefit. But with the renewable energy and solar energy which you want to have on the roof, I've not seen any investments on that so far. Who can help here?
I think some of industry is currently implement itself with solar panel technology like Asia Pacific Rayon, and also SriTex, and also more other industry, garment industry in the rooftop. Currently is not, there is nothing incentive now, but we are trying to propose incentive according to Presidential Regulation number 29 to give incentive mechanism for green industry. But in 2022, we are doing prepare for that, and I think we must collaborate with Ministry of Energy also, not a function of Ministry of Industry South. Yeah. It must be collaborate with industry also and association.
So we hoped to bring you in dialogue here on the panel, but unfortunately, Mr. Igo couldn't join here. How is the dialogue between the ministries, and how you collaborate to bring the industry forward in this country?
Maybe like I can add just a little bit for the solar industry. Actually, some industry has already approached us about the option of solar industry, but it comes with some hurdles. So there are basically two major options. First option is using battery, and battery is a significant investment because until 2 or 3 years, they will expire and have to be replaced. And the second option is with collaboration with PLN is the electric company, Indonesian electric company. So it's basically not using the battery, but only work on daytime. So daytime using solar energy, nighttime using PLN energy. So there's a certain arrangement, but the application, I heard like they have already applied to certain company, but we need more assessment to be commercially sustainable. But the idea is good because they install it in our like a spinning rooftop, but we have to calculate the strength because it adds additional weight, and we have to calculate. But the idea is good. Just more need like a more assessment to be like.
So you need more feasibility studies how to do that. Okay.
That's right.
So.
Yeah.
I think the energy transition is not an event which will happen from one day to the next. You won't wake up and all of a sudden we have fulfilled energy transition. This is a process.
Yeah.
And I think during this process, we will see like hybrids. We will see a lot of hybrid systems, especially for process heat. So it could be that you have a thermal heating machine which has both thermal oil heating plus electrical heating. So whenever there is use of solar power, you can make use of the electrical heating system. When it's getting dark, okay, you can switch back to your coal heating. And at least that would be a first start to reduce your CO2 footprint. And I think that's what we will see in the next future, these hybrid kind of heating systems on machines.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, like a redundant system. Maybe it won't happen overnight, but we can, how can I say, like a faster the process. Maybe like using like a redundant system, like at daytime and at night time, maybe to check. Yeah.
So Axel, how is it the case in Germany? Maybe we also can learn from Germany how to implement in Indonesia. Is it the transformation, was it going fast or slow, or what's the problem maybe making the burden for that?
The energy transition in Germany is still too slow. We have about, in terms of our electrical power, we have about 50% of our electrical power generated from renewable energies. The remaining 50% is still from fossil fuels. And when you look at the total energy demand, we still heavily depend on fossil fuels, natural gas, coal, petrol, etc. And one reason why it didn't go so well, in my opinion, is that from the history, we have these central power plants. Maybe we have like 40 of them distributed over Germany. And the central power plants, they have a grid and they take care of all the consumers. And they have a strong lobby. They want to keep whatever they have. They want to be provider in the future. But the future of energy transition is not an energy generation on a central level. It's energy generation on a decentral level, combined with smart grids, with artificial intelligence, with computer technology on how to optimize the power. Sometimes the power is here and the neighbor doesn't have it, so you exchange it within your next neighbors, etc. So we also need a lot of digital assistance systems. So what one big hurdle is that the big companies generating energy, electricity, they are trying to protect their playground. And as long as they are trying to protect their playground, as long as they have a very strong lobby among the politicians, it will be very difficult. So we have to facilitate decentral generation of electricity with solar panels, with wind panels, with biomass, etc. Yeah, we have to liberate the companies to do it for themselves, or liberate the households to find solutions for themselves and to subsidize this, as opposed to hanging on to an old system of central power generation. That's the key to the success, and that's the only recommendation I can make to the Indonesian government.
Marina, do you think that the closed loop approach will help here?
So closed loop approach, yeah, obviously to apply into textile production, like from fiber to final, what we currently define as end of life of a product, would help tremendously, because if you look at the carbon emissions right now, we see that 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions in textile production are actually occurring in the upstream processes, so from fiber to garment. And obviously, if we manage to recover resources in the process, and that would definitely help to reduce the carbon footprint of products. And what we see in the last few years is that purchasing of clothes has doubled until 2015 and now tripled. So the global population is actually consuming way more clothes than they did back, for example, in 2000. What we also see is the clothing utilization is massively decreasing. So with clothing utilization, I mean the amount of times that someone is wearing a product, and it's actually decreasing by 36% currently, which means while sales is going up, clothing utilization is going down. And that is increasing the ecological or the carbon footprint of a product even more, because we don't even, use it properly. And I think what we see right now is that mainly, I would say probably European Union is kind of taking the lead in circular economy in textiles. Also, as you already mentioned earlier, with the Green Deal and the Circular Economy Action Plan, especially also for textiles. But a lot of these initiatives are focusing on post-consumer waste, so really the used garments. And circular economy, or closing the loop, means closing the loop. It's a holistic thing, so we have to close, an actual loop, and we don't do this by just bringing back post-consumer waste. And that's what we see massively is that business models like resale are becoming one of the largest sectors in the garment industry. Actually, resale of garments will, by 2030, cover 23% of the global textile market. That is massive, yeah? And this is good, obviously, to expand the life cycle of a certain product, but it doesn't mean that we close the loop. And it's not really what we need to achieve to really impactfully decrease carbon footprints. Yeah.
I had the impression when I was reading about the closed loop economy, especially in textile. I have the feeling that H&M is trying to save the fast fashion industry and try to save its business model. What do you think about that? And when we have this idea that the consumers are increasing and now the amount of textiles is increasing and we are wearing it less, then also a closed loop fashion industry does not help us with the carbon footprint.
Carbon footprint. Actually, for the specifically for the carbon emission in Indonesia, maybe like the biggest is still in the power generation, cement industry, and fertilizer industry. Textile may be like not too big in comparison to them. So if we're talking about the carbon tax that you mentioned earlier, maybe carbon tax agreement. Yeah, okay. Actually our country has already signed. Yeah.
The company SriTex is, and especially Iwan, Kurniawan, Lukminto is part of API, the Textile Association. Yeah. So they can lobby for that. How is the Textile Association included in this dialogue?
Regarding carbon industry, regarding carbon tax or?
Carbon tax, yeah, and the green transition process.
Green transition process is okay. It all narrowed down to like to make a greener process will need new investment and new chemical. Because like I actually have a conversation with some of our global supplier. And he's just like sharing his thought, like chemical friendly. We have to increase our research and development budget to research for that. And after that, they have to do the...
That Indonesia has some problems to convince external investors to invest in Indonesia because there should, as I learned, there is some instability in the regulation. How do you see that, Axel?
You mean instability in the regulations in Singapore? In general, I think regulations should always be the second choice, because you can try to regulate a lot of things and it just gets very complex. Nobody will understand and everybody is just monitoring what's the next regulation coming up. I think the market forces work in a different way and we should look at how the market works and it's mainly the price which drives the market, and that's why I mentioned we need the CO2 tax on a global level. We need a level playing field. If we make one energy form more expensive, then there will be a chance for another energy form to arise. If we don't do that, and if we're just trying to do it with regulations, I think it can only be the second choice. It will not really solve us to solve the It will not help us to solve the problem in an efficient way. That's my opinion. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Any comment, Pak Andi, regarding the regulation? But maybe it relates to the other ministries, I guess. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Ministry of Energy and also investment on something else.
When you're talking about a global carbon border tax, then you have some kind of regulation. So when I think about a global carbon border tax, that I think about a discussion process which lasts at least 15, 20 years to have some minimum standard which will not function, and then it will be too late. So which other instruments do we have to focus on and to speed up the transformation process?
Who should
on the national level. So I would put it back from the international level to the national level, because this is what can be steered, and what you can also impact.
Regional or international level?
Not the international level, not the national level, or maybe the German-Indonesian level, because the other playing field is not my playing field at the moment.
I think investment and policy can help us shape into that goal. What I mean by policy is like, for example, like there is some investment or some budget for company that is concerned have a green technology. So it's actually to make sure in the how to say. Let me think for a while. It's just like basically the policy is to define what is the incentive, what is disincentive. For example, from the banking industry, if it's like the company have like a reputation not really friendly with the environment, the banking industry might be hesitant to invest or giving credit to the company. Why? Because it increases the risk for the litigation of this company. That's where the regulation comes into play.
Yeah, I mean the European Union, I think, will implement a set of heavy regulations in the next future, and the sustainable finance is one of them.
Yeah.
And I think that's an effective measure as well. Projects which are not sustainable will not be financed with a good interest rate. Another initiative on the way is sustainable design of a product when it comes to recyclability, but also when it comes to energy consumption. So we will just have general rules to define how must I design a product in order for it to be better, in order for it to have a better recyclability. So this means not 10 different types of fabric or 10 different types of yarn, only one, because if you have three, if you have polyester, cotton, and PET bottles, it will make it very difficult to recycle. So that's another point coming up from the European Union regulation. And the next thing is the digital product passport that will be implemented in 2025. And this will make it transparent to the consumer which type of CO2 footprint do I have? Do I have recyclability? Is this product conform to corporate social responsibility rules, etc.? So that's a regulation which will have a good impact on Germany, and of course if Indonesia would develop a better competitive position, then it would be in a much better position to export to the European Union. But of course if America wouldn't do this, or China, then Indonesia would only export to the US, and in Germany nobody would want to, or in Europe nobody would want to export because of the regulations. And then the prices for textiles in Germany will go up even higher because of less supply, and that also wouldn't be good. It always comes back to finding a global solution to all these problems, and I think that's very crucial to realize this.
Yeah. Nice, but I think in the last 15 minutes we can also invite questions from the audience, either online or offline. Maybe any questions? Okay, and please introduce first.
Is the microphone on? A little bit low for my height. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mike Bartels from GIZ. GIZ is the German Development Corporation working on behalf of the German government. I am heading a unit here in GIZ Indonesia that is responsible for the cooperation with the private sector. I've been following your discussion and the introductions today with great interest. I learned a lot. Thank you very much. I would have a question to the participants from Indonesia, Pak Agus, and the honorable colleague from the ministry. Mainly, I guess you would be the ones who could give me an answer. And I would also challenge a little bit the statements made by the gentleman from Brückner about there are only global solutions possible. I've been working in palm oil before, another controversial commodity, palm oil, sustainable palm oil. There is a sustainable palm oil standard in Indonesia. There's also a global one, but the one in Indonesia is much more advanced. It's not as tough as the global one, but the Indonesian government has been doing some efforts on sustainable palm oil. There is Indonesian sustainable palm oil standard. My question to the panel is there any potential, any consideration of talking about an Indonesian sustainability standard in textile? Would that be a way forward as a standalone argument for textiles produced in Indonesia? And of course, we would be hoping that other countries like Brazil and so on would be following. But is there any idea about going ahead with an Indonesian solution? As I can see that there are companies like SriTex that are dedicated to sustainability. Is there a broader textile industry approach to that? Thank you very much.
I think that's really clear. Okay, please.
Hoping I answered the question. It's basically, is there any like a body or like a company to assess Indonesian standard for the sustainability? Is that the question? Yeah. Okay. Actually, that might be how to say like opportunity for that. Yes, definitely, because like we need more like a company to assess the sustainability and have the standards that is being approved. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe in the European country or in the U.S. company that have a relation that can bridging between the maybe U.S. or European company to like Indonesian company, and they bridging about the sustainability issue and about like not just because sustainability is not just like how efficient we are, but how we contribute to the society as well. So we need some like very detailed report for that, and there is an opportunity if like some companies want to focus on that matter. Hoping that answer your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Pak Andi, is there any possibility to develop the sustainable standard in textiles?
There is a possible, yeah. In the production and environment regulation, we have Ministry of Environment have proper.
Proper is a standard that assess like how we control the pollution in water and air. So it's like a global, like every company have to be assessed, and they will be given a rating based on how they perform, or how they manage their pollution.
Yeah. SriTex have implemented this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, SriTex have. And the proper is classified with red and black and yellow and green. So they will impact to banking to give
absolutely
give some credit, and also for the export some industry that have a green proper will most easy to export the product. And in the Ministry Industry of in the Ministry of Industry side, there is we are going to propose textile industry standard, but I think it's more discussion needed, and also have a long way to implement.
But it has a potential to go there.
Actually.
I also felt challenged by your statement. I think it's the right way to have national standards and for companies to move ahead, to be ahead of others, or for a country to be more sophisticated in terms of energy consumption, etc. But what we have been doing in the past 20 years is one country moving ahead and hoping that the others would follow. That's what we have seen in Germany also. In Germany, we are trying always to be the best, and we hope that somebody else will follow us, follow our example. But this is not how the market works. The market works on price, and that's just, it's sad, but that's how it works, because we as a consumer, when we have a choice between a product which costs 10 as opposed to 20, and it looks more or less the same, we would always buy the one for 10. And if he makes it for 20 with a better environmental footprint, I would think that most consumers wouldn't care so much. And that's the sad reality. So unless we all find a solution to solve the problem together, it will not help for only one party to say, I'm moving ahead, I'm just hoping that somebody will follow me, and when I look back, there's no, they're all very far away, you know.
Marina, you might have any comments on this?
Yeah, I think it was in 2019 that Indonesia started to develop a national circular economy strategy, and it had the initiation phase in 2020. Actually, I think it was in February 2020, just before COVID hit. And as far as I know, it was also signed by the president, Mr. Jokowi. And this is including different industries, also the textile industry, to implement certain measures with a specific timeline. I'm not sure if this has been continued during COVID, because I honestly haven't heard about it anymore after the initiation phase, but there was definitely engagement from a lot of different ministries, Babenas and so on, to integrate this also for textiles. And it had a strong focus on building up specifically the recycling industry here, which for me makes a lot of sense. Indonesia is, as we heard multiple times today, a very big textile producing country. Nevertheless, it's highly depending on imports for raw materials, besides cellulosic materials, which we have here en masse. But the main product categories produced in Indonesia are actually synthetic materials, because the product range here is sportswear and lingerie and outdoor and all sorts of garments that actually mainly require nylon and polyester, specifically polyester, which needs to be brought from other countries. And especially during COVID, what we saw was port closures and imports not coming in anymore. So while Indonesia was quite resilient, having like the full supply chain set up in the country, on some point raw material feedstock was not coming anymore, so everything else was not able to operate anymore. And building up a recycling industry here would make the country so much more resilient, because there is so much waste, and textile waste is currently not managed in Indonesia. There is no textile waste management system integrated in this country, whereas other textile producing countries, for example Bangladesh, have taken a massive lead in this and have been building up these infrastructures. And Indonesia has a lot of recyclers already, a lot of non-woven and downstream industry, but no textile waste management and also no logistic infrastructure. So this is a massive lag. And I think maybe not necessarily a textile standard is needed, but to identify the gaps here in the industry and see how these could be turned into opportunities. I think that would give Indonesia a big chance to go ahead of others. And now that we talk so much about circular economy, obviously being able to provide brands with recycled content material would definitely be a big advantage, yeah, compared to other producing countries.
Yeah, nice point, Marina. And it's also the input for us here in Indonesia. Okay. Do we still have maybe 5 minutes before having the closing statement from each speaker? Maybe another one question?
Yeah, I would love to have another question. I've learned from 2016 to 18, is it right, Mohammed, about the UNIDO program, working on energy management, and how was it implemented? Do you know anything about? I think around of the 50 companies here in Indonesia, especially also the textile companies, have worked with the energy management program. How was the process?
Energy management program, it means like a government program, or it's just?
No, it was from UNIDO, so it was financed by UN organizations. RCP, yeah. Thank you.
You are not aware about it?
Sorry,
No.
we are not aware about that.
Okay. Do you know anything about that?
UNIDO, program RECP dari UNIDO. Enggak juga. UNIDO. Okay. No, so no one aware about this.
So we should make an in-depth research why it was not implemented in a way that it was starting a big wave here, because it is quite similar, as I read about that, what we want to start here now. And yeah, but let's start then the closing, if you want, Ida.
Yeah, I guess we have very nice different point of view here in the discussion about sustainability and renewable energy, closed loop, circular economy, and yeah. Well, regarding this topic, maybe I would like to invite each speaker to make a closing statement about how positive the potential that we can have in the near future about implementing the sustainability. Maybe Marina, please.
Yeah, I think Indonesia is quite interesting. As we all know, it's the fourth largest population globally, and it's not only a big producing market, but it's also a big consuming market. And I think on some point, the market here is so big in terms of consuming that the production facilities can actually 100% cater the local market and are not depending anymore on international customers and markets. But for this, I do hope that also Indonesia is taking the lead to educate the consumers on a very early stage in their consuming behavior, so that this local market can also be developed in a more sustainable way. And what I do hope is, I mean, I don't see a single brand here today. This is also because, of course, this is the project kickoff, but we have a complex supply chain and it has a lot of different stakeholders. The thing is, I never see all stakeholders together on one table. I always see the upstream stages and then I see the downstream stages, yeah? So as long as we don't bring all of them together and foster dialogue and find common solutions, because this is like a multi-regional complex supply chain setup, we will never be able to fulfill targets for sustainability and circular economy. It really needs the dialogue between all parties and to learn from each other. What's your challenge? What is yours? What do you need? And how could we serve to this? And I think, yeah, would be nice to see Indonesia also to taking the lead here in the future.
Okay, thank you, Marina. And then Pak Andi, please.
I think Indonesian industry have highly potential for implement the sustainability and circular economy in their industry. Is also need to make any requirement from the industry, from the buyer, from the markets, and Indonesia have many industry that's ready to implement that. And I think EnaTex is excellent collaboration to bring Indonesia textile and apparel industry in more competitive and environmental friendly industry. And I think in the next project, EnaTex will help us, industry in Indonesia, to join our developing pilot project for recycling in the clothing, from clothing to fiber and to clothing closed loop. And we are going to implement that and also have to carry out in 2023. In the other terms, we are needs for developing wastewater and wastewater treatment, especially in Citarum and Bengawan Solo, that is have many of dyeing, printing, and finishing industry still have a problem. That's gradually to find the Citarum Harum program and research for more efficient, more productive, like Mr. Iwan say, for the production in dyeing, printing, and finishing sector. I think that's Mr. Ida. Thank you.
Thank you. And please answer.
Yeah, I was stressing the need for a level play field for everybody in order to promote the idea. But still, I think it's necessary that there are people going ahead and doing something about becoming greener and having more recyclable products. Otherwise, I would not be part of this program. Otherwise, I would be waiting until the CO2 tax is, global CO2 tax is introduced. I didn't want to give this impression. My hope is that this EnaTex project will help us to come up with creative new solutions on this problem of energy consumption and becoming CO2 neutral. And I hope that we can implement some lighthouse projects which are needed as in to set an example for other companies. This is my hope, and I hope we as Brückner can contribute in this big idea.
Yes, we are very happy to have having this discussion, and I'm hoping like the environmental issue is not just like talking all about difficulty, but talking about we have to think about the opportunity as well. There are so many opportunities in the sustainability issue, so we are hoping like this will bring us to more like a sustainable way. How we handle the environment and the business as well. So yeah, just in one go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for this inspiring last word.
I don't know, as Ashley told me that there was someone to ask question. From the online. Okay, I don't know, the time is actually over. What is it, how is it? Okay. When I learned about textile from internet, textile have a many process. So my question is how the textile industry integrates these parts so that they can, run in the same direction.
Maybe I take this as a closing statement. This is indeed the challenge of the textile industry, that there are so many processes which have to run in the same direction, which have to be integrated. And I think I take up some ideas of the discussion here, which said we have to make a gap analysis along the supply, along the value chain, to identify the opportunities to get better, to become greener here. We have to look at the processes itself, to also to integrate newer machines, more efficient machines. We have to teach the people to steer the machines. It's also a quite big challenge, as you may probably be more probably know more than me. We have to manage the waste, maybe also related to energy management. We have to integrate maybe also digitalization to know about how to integrate the different processes related to the value chain. And yeah, we wait a bit for the global solution to start with our project, and I think we can help, and there I'm really happy to end with that we want to serve the Indonesian textile industry to identify the gaps, to make some feasibility studies, to help to build up efficient regulations, to give some hints to stimulate the discussion between all the partners and the stakeholders. So thank you very much for participating in this panel. And I have now the honor to announce again these wonderful posters here around us. And I want to remind you, please make your assessment that we can later on give a paper award. And look also at the videos during the break. And as we are a bit late, we should give the chance to refresh yourself. We will start then at 5:30, sorry. And see you in a minute. Thank you very much.
Okay, Monica, maybe first I would like to ask the audience to give applause for all the panels here. Thank you so much. And then before the closing, I would like to invite Mr. Benhard Weren and Ibu Murni to come forward to give the merchandise to all the panels. Okay, maybe you can stand up for. Okay, okay then. Okay then, thank you. We can continue with the merchandise. So during this break time, you can we are providing tea and coffee, snack, and then also at the same time you can again have a look the posters, and also later will be the video displaying here, and you can vote for them to get the best poster and video. Okay.
government is planning to implement this carbon tax?
What the European Union will be doing is very simple. They will make it transparent to the consumer. Product passport, you can scan your goods and you have efficiency class A, B, C, D. And at the beginning, they will probably let the consumer decide and monitor how many people are buying class A as opposed to class B or whatever. And then at some point, they will probably say, okay, class A will be taxed more than class D. Sorry, class D more than class A. I don't know if you have this.
No, I don't
in
know.
Germany, we have these different classes for refrigerators. Whatever. So this will just mean that whoever imports into the European Union and who has a high carbon footprint will get taxed more.
So it is totally based on the carbon use that they have. It doesn't matter whether they come from Islamic countries.
I don't think they will differentiate because the overall goal is to reduce carbon footprint. So it's irrelevant whether that carbon footprint comes from China or from Indonesia. I think that they will. That's how I expect it to be. But I mean, I'm not a European politician. I don't know exactly how they will do it.
The question that I asked is one of the questions that will be asked.
No, it's fine. No, I just wanted to ask you to, do you have time for questions in your presentation, or is it just the presentation?
I don't know yet.
I mean, it depends on how long it is. So.
She's the last one.
I don't know if I'm the last one. I don't know.
So no, I kind of have the feeling.
The last one she won't have time for.
No, I kind of have the feeling because you're the last one presenting that if there is time, they will probably ask about your food. Like the combination of yours.
Yeah, it depends.
Okay, I'm just asking to handle the online questions differently because they didn't knew and they don't see it. But I mean, it wasn't an important question.
Yeah.
You never know who's asking online, so you.
Yeah. So we're open to that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
People ask questions, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I will make a sign.
We have the font. We can forward ourselves, which I prefer very much. So here we can click back and forward, backward, and we can Okay. So this forward and back. Actually, this is much. I mean, if you want to work with him, then he clicks. That's fine. But I want to feel more comfortable. Then I know the pace and because as you've seen, that in some slides it's the same slide, but just maybe circles around one word or something. And for me, it's difficult. Hard to say next slide because it's actually the same slide. So this is working because we ladies from the German embassy, she also did one. Yes. Also. And then I guess I'm going to go with straightforward and just to present the ideas, not going to detail too much. And then if the audience wants some details, then there will be discussion. Then I think the audience is not really questioning. Yes. So I think for them to understand any of what we are saying, it's going to be difficult. I think in words, I have to bring across, but in writing, really, but I have to bring across that what I'm saying is actually something to do with sustainability. I don't say it. I mean, it's not in the slide, but I will have to just say it. If I forget to sustainable. Yeah. I'll have some coffee.
So, messieurs, dames, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to come in and take a seat. Please be seated that we can go on with the program. Also wir machen jetzt erstmal 6 Lectures und dann die Fragen. Okay, aber... Ja, alles klar. Alles klar. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you to go on with the program. Please be seated. We're quite late in the program, I'm so sorry. My time management is bad. So please take a seat. I want to announce now the twin lectures or our impulse lectures with additional dialogue, which means that we will have 6 short lectures, only 10 minutes. It's just an impulse. And then after the 6 lectures, we will have a joint discussion. So I ask the lecturers, please then have a seat here. And then you are open for the questions of the auditorium. I now want to invite or introduce Paul Buta. He has also an online lecture because he is today in Sumatra. He's from Meti. I don't try to pronounce the Indonesian language because you will laugh at me. But I want to tell you a bit about him. He has founded 2017 the Indonesian Research Institute for Decarbonization. And he has more than 29 years of professional experience in the various sectors, including more than 24 years in the environmental related fields like transportation and energy related air pollution, municipality, solid waste, renewable energy, and climate change. He is one of the experts in our energy context, and I want to invite Mr. Paul Buta to give us his lecture. Are there any problems? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All welcome in our we are listening to you.
Just a moment. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can I share screen? Okay, my short presentation will be about the renewable energy development in Indonesia. Thank you very much for this event. Good to see the discussion today about the sustainability in the textile industry, and we are sure that renewable energy would play important role in that in the journey for the sustainability in the textile industry. I will go through the issue with energy in Indonesia, the T or Indonesia Renewable Energy Society. That's a forum or stakeholder to discuss and promote the renewable energy utilizations in order to enhance national energy security, enhance energy access, and contribute to GHG emission reduction in Indonesia. This is the model that has been done by us back in 2015, that energy sector would become this contributor to emissions in Indonesia, starting actually we can see that here that the emissions energy sector include transportation actually and peat sector, and especially after the program of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and where the deforestation is reduced and so on, but we on the other hand in the energy sector increase the share of fossil fuel. As of today, for example, in the primary energy, more than 80% are fossil. Only about 12% come from renewable. That's the reason. Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, the signal is not so good. So I'll stop the camera so that my signal will not be so. Yeah. So, as you may know already, that in the current national energy policy, we target to have 20% of renewable energy in the prime by 2025, and it will reach 31% by 2050. This is the target that we have put in the national energy policy by 2014. But this is not sufficient anymore. After the COP last year in Glasgow, and then Indonesia actually increased the ambitions. Indonesia said that Indonesia would like to go for net zero emissions by 2060 or earlier. And with the support from many government partners of Indonesia, like UK government, German, US, France, and the others, Indonesia plans to start with early retirement of the coal power plant. Government has planned already to retire coal power plant by 5.5 in 2003, and it goes later on, and last plant will be shut off by 2056. But if we can get support from international, then we can faster in co-retirement. And this would be a way for us to move toward more sustainable energy. On the other hand, government
yeah. Okay. Digitalization is a nice thing, but it should work. We are so sorry that it is not functioning at the moment. We try later again. I think we now give Bernhard Wahn the opportunity to make his lecture, and then we try to start again with Paul Buter. May I introduce Bernhard Wahn? He's from ICES GmbH, Germany, and he will talk about process heat and renewables in the German industry, and asking, is that an example for Indonesia? Bernhard Wahn is a Diplom Forstwirt. That means he is working with wood and forests, and he has a diploma in science of forestry at the Technical University of Dresden. And his key qualifications are research in the field of sustainable bioenergy, acceleration, structuring of biomass flow schemes, conception and realization of renewable energy systems, and energy efficiency, the regional master plans. I give you the stage. Welcome, Bernhard.
Thank you very much, Monica, for the kind introduction. And yes, sorry that Paul couldn't finish his speech, because it was really interesting to speak about Paul, about the Indonesia energy challenges. And I have the feeling you have similar challenges than we have. We spoke about not only renewables, we spoke about the grid, the energy grid, and other things. So I personally think that is also the challenge here in Germany. And I want to give you a speech about process heat and renewables in Germany's industry, an example for Indonesia. Perhaps you can switch off my picture, then the people could see more about the presentation, because if you go to the next slide, then you will have the share of renewables in Germany in field of electricity. And this electricity, we had it like this in 2021. We had a share of 41% of renewable energy in the fields of electricity, not in the overall fields of energy. In the overall field of energy, we had only 16%, but in the field of energy, for electricity, we had 41%. And the main part, of course, in Germany had wind power. But the problem is that in Indonesia, we had to realize that wind power is not visible in each region. And so the main focus in Germany, wind power, is not a solution here. But we have other solutions. The second part is biomass. It's still 21% energy, electricity done by biomass. And that could be also a kind of solution here in Indonesia. And then we have photovoltaics. It's also 21.5%. So in renewables, we are doing quite well, but what about the other sectors? And so you see that in the field of heat, which is my speech today, we only have a share from 16%, 16% heat, including process heat. And here biomass is with more than 80%, the main share of these renewables. And here the main share of the biomass is wood. So we have all overall 75% of wood in Germany, which is biomass, and this of wood in Germany for the process heat. And that's really good to understand, because if we go to the next slide, then you see deeper in you have a deeper look into the renewable energy in German industry, perhaps you can switch off my picture and then you will see we will see it better. In German industry, they started in 2000, 2003 to have renewable energy in the process heat. And the blue bottom here is solid biomass like waste wood and other wood. And the yellow one is the organic fraction of waste. And this organic fraction of waste, indeed, is not mobilized in Indonesia yet. That could be a possibility also in Indonesia. And let's say about 15 or 20% of the biomass of the share of renewables in industry is this organic fraction of waste. And it's getting more important. And the wood is getting less important, but that's not because it is replaced by others. It's because we have quite a lot of wood industry. And this wood industry is leaving Germany, and so we also have less share of wood here in this. And the other things which we spoke here quite a lot, solar thermal heat or waste heat or things like this, are not that important yet. And if you have solutions for industry, also here for Indonesia, we have to make as first energy saving and energy efficiency, like Axel Pieper said before. And after that, we can have a look on the waste heat. The waste heat, for example, we've been in SriTex, and then it was really warm. And that's also a kind of waste heat. And this heat is also, let's say, in the exhausted air after the processes. And that you can use again, and you can use it internal, you can use it external. And then you have renewables like biomass and photovoltaic, in Germany also wind and geothermal and so on. And then you have hydrogen. In Germany, it's the strategic one, fits it all. But I doubt a little bit that hydrogen will have such an impact within the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm not the mainstream in Germany if it comes to hydrogen. And we have green electricity as another possibility. And I will give you now some examples about the waste heat and the internal and external usage. And renewables, I will give some examples about biomass. And if you are looking for the potentials of industrial waste heat in Germany, we stated quite a lot. We stated 130 to 230 terawatt hours. That's, let's say, 20 or 30% of the industry heat demand can be fulfilled by waste heat. But that's a theoretical number. If you have a proper insight, then it's perhaps only 20, 29 terawatt hours. Because the heat, I stated before, as I was visiting SriTex yesterday, and it was really warm in the hall, you can't use this heat really good. But perhaps you can use the heat of the air, of the exhausted air after the processes. So you cannot use all the heat. That's really important to know. So please go to the next slides. Yes, and then to the next. And that here is really important to know. We consider in Germany, or it was Brückner, but not a company Brückner, a scientist called Brückner, and he was stating in Germany that we have the most waste heat in temperature like 0 to 200 degrees, and the other degrees are less. So we have to learn how much temperature has this waste heat. And it's really important, for instance, with 70 or 80 degrees, you can make, for cooling purposes, an absorber, and then you can make cooling processes. And for instance, here in the moment, Moni, I guess here in the moment it's really cool. That's not a kind of efficiency, so you should make it a little bit more warm. But you can make this cooling here also with heat, with an absorber. And that's also a kind of internal use of waste heat. So you don't need to extend energy from for cooling purposes, and you don't need to buy energy for cooling purposes. You can do it internal, and that's this internal heat use. And then if we make the next slide, then how you do it if you come to company. For example, we come now to SriTex and to Harapan Kurnia. We gave them quite a lot of questions. Poor guys, you have to give us quite a lot of answers, and it's not easy, and we are really appreciating that. Why we are doing it? We have to make a pinch analysis, also known as process integration. And we want to look systemically which temperature level is after which process, and what we could do with this level. And 60 to 70% of our work will be data collecting and data evaluating. That is really important to know. And after that, we can provide solutions. And we will check technical details, we will check it with technical engineers and so on. But this data analysis is really quite a lot of the work we have to do. And if you go to the next example, to the next slide, of course I'm German, therefore I brought something with me from the beer industry. So we looked, or a colleague of mine, Wolf Clemens, looked in the beer industry, beer production industry, how we can make such a process integration with this pinch method. And then we had to state, for example, you need to dry the malt, and then you have a process from 30 to 60 degrees, and so on. And so we could have every process, we arrange every process to a certain temperature level. And after that, we could have a look which energy could go to which process. And then we had to state that we could diminish, or we could have energy savings from 10 or 5 to 20% in the overall primary energy consumption. What is primary energy? That is really good to know. You have to know it if you make such an analysis. Primary energy is the coal and the other external energies you give into a process. That's the primary energy. So the coal, SriTex have to pay for. That's the primary. And if SriTex would pay 5 to 20% less for the coal, it would be a small contribution to your industry, perhaps. But therefore, we need all this, and that's not easy, this analysis, as you can think of. And then the next two examples, the next two short ones, if you go further, please. Then what are renewable energies? So as first I spoke about internal waste heat processes, and now I speak about possible energy resources. And one is waste wood, and this waste wood, we did quite a lot of research on in Germany. We have in Germany 800 megawatt waste wood incineration plants. And 800 megawatt is also for Germany quite a lot. Let's say 8% or 5% of the renewables are by these plants, and we collect this waste wood and make incineration plants. Here is one of my region with 8 megawatt. And it looks similar than a coal heating boiler, but it's another thing because you use the wood chips from the waste wood. And then, of course, if it comes to wood, you can use residues from forests, like the picture here on the left. And you can use also short rotation copies, that is the plantations. And then you see here an incineration plant where you have only heat, and that's 1 megawatt, let's say. And this only heat is also really common in Germany. And then the next, which is the pre-last thing, the next slide is also something you could do. It's the biogas. And if it comes to biogas, we have biogas from agriculture, like liquid manure and so on, and we have biogas from bio-waste. And so we collect bio-waste from municipal, and then we have two different kinds of biogas installations, of anaerobic biogas installations. It's the wet and the dry below. So we have quite a lot of interesting approaches, and the last slide I want to raise up, it's, or that's the pre-last, go please, the next one. We have 600 petajoule of industrial heat which can be done by biomass. That was an analysis we did together with IFO and Öko-Institute for the German Ministry of Economy. That's really important to know. And the last, to sum up, the last slide, I think the transformation of German industry started. It started by 2021 as the carbon pricing started in Germany. We have now quite a lot of questionings from the industry to make a transformation. And we have just a share of 5% renewables in the industry, which is not a lot. And we should have all options on the table, and all options are interesting. And we Germans are looking for biomass, electricity, and hydrogens. And never forgot, efficiency measurements and internal use of heat has to come first. After that, you are looking for renewables. Thank you very much. Last slide is my last. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bernhard. It's always a hard pressure to make a lecture within 10 minutes. I would love to now invite Dr. Endang. Dr. Endang. I don't try to read the last name. She is lecturer from the Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia. She's an economist who's researching on GRI reporting, and she will tell us about the benefits of a strategic CSR approach related to GRI reporting. Mr. Endang is, thank you for coming here. Please join us. She has worked over 30 years in the Ministry of Labor before she was joining the Atma Jaya, and she's now head of the master program in economy. Welcome, and thank you that you are joining us.
Thank you. Can I open my mouth, sir? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Monica introduced me, my name is Endang Sulistianingsih. It's quite difficult for her to, try to pronounce my second name. And I'm a member of Atma Jaya Sustainability Hub. We do have the Sustainability Hub within our university. I should thanks to the organizer for inviting me to this symposium and for giving the opportunity to talk about CSR and reporting. I would like to highlight the importance of this symposium and the issue of GRI reporting in the context of the strategic CSR approach. In some countries, it's mandatory for corporations to publish CSR report annually, although not yet required of the companies based in Indonesia, but we predict it will be in the not so distant future. Next slide, please. You can omit my picture so the audience can see the whole presentation. I start my presentation by saying that corporate social responsibility report, also called CSR report, impact report, or sustainability report, have become more common. Corporate sustainability report is the idea that the business has a responsibility to the society and environment in which it operates. Many businesses striving to be socially responsible use the triple bottom line: an organization impact on people and the planet, in addition to its profit, to determine strategic priorities. A corporate sustainability social responsibility report is an internal and external facing document companies use to communicate CSR report and their impact on the environment and community. An organization's CSR effort can fall into 4 categories: environmental, ethical, philanthropic, and economics. CSR reports are typically presented in the digital format for easy distribution, but they can also be printed and presented to the stakeholders in person. Many companies create specific branding strategy for CSR effort and report. Each CSR report is different and highlight the company's strong suit goals and plan. This means that between CSR practices and reporting needs, a ranking can be made based on their contribution. The company will be ranked first if it can be good in practice and present good reporting as well. Even though the company shows good CSR practices, if it does not produce a good or bad reporting, its rating will go down. Next slide, please. What is the purpose of CSR report? Why should companies make CSR disclosure? The main intention of the CSR or sustainability report is to improve the transparency of the organization's activities by imposing mandatory and or voluntarily public disclosure, which may include some selected private disclosure. The goals is twofold. On one hand, CSR report aims to enable companies to measure the impact of their activities on the environment, on society, and on the economics, the famous triple bottom line. In this way, companies can get accurate and insightful data which will help them improve their processes and have a more positive impact in society and in the world. On the other hand, the CSR or sustainability report also allows companies to externally communicate with their stakeholders what are their goals regarding sustainable development and CSR. This allows stakeholders such as employees, investors, media, NGOs, among other interested parties, to get to know better what are the short, medium, and long-term goals of the companies and make more informed decisions. This decision can spread from investing in the business, buying its product, writing positive or negative reviews, protesting in the street against the intention or action of an organization. Next slide, please. Sustainability reporting is the practice of measuring, disclosing, and being accountable to internal and external stakeholders for organizational performance towards the goal and sustainable development. It is a broad term considered synonymous with others used to describe reporting on economic, environmental, and social impact. For example, triple bottom line, corporate responsibility reporting, etc. A sustainability report should provide a balanced and reasonable representation of the sustainability performance of a reporting organization, including both positive and negative contribution. Next. Sustainability report based on the GRI reporting framework disclosure outcomes and results that occur with the reporting period in the context of the organization, commitment, strategy, and management approach. Report can be used for following purposes, among other: benchmarking, demonstrating, and comparing. Next slide. GRI sustainability reporting process broken down into 5-step process. The first one, prepare. Organization define a vision for the report, create a report teams, develop a plan of action, and set a kick-off meeting. Second step, connect. Companies identify, hold meetings, and set priorities with key stakeholders in order to determine reporting priorities and define scope. Third step, define. The reporting team select issues for action and reporting, as well as decided on the report content. Fourth step, monitor. The reporting team monitor activities and record data, check processes and system, ensure quality of information, and follows up as needed. Step 5, the report. Company choose the best way to communicate, write, finalize, and launch the report publicly. Next. GRI sustainability reporting framework. In the GRI framework, we can find out how to report and what to report, where how to report is specified in the principle and guidance and protocol. In GRI reporting principle, guidance consists of principle to define report content, include materiality, stakeholder, inclusiveness, sustainability context, and completeness. Principle to define report quality include balance, comparability, accuracy, timeliness, reliability, and clarity. While GRI reporting protocols aims to cover a wide range of ESG issues from economics, environmental management, employee safety and human rights, to product responsibility. To answer what to report, there are references to standard disclosure and the supplement sector. Standard disclosure contain strategic and profile, management approach, performance indicator. The GRI framework also has supplement to analyze and reporting of certain sectors such as airport, apparel and footwear, automotive, and so on. Next, please. Let's take a look of the benefit of reporting. This is the one that the organizer asked me to deal with. There are some internal benefits that the companies and organization can experience in the practice of creating GRI report. They are as follows. The biggest advantage of the GRI report is that it allows companies and organizations to get familiar with the risks and opportunities involved in their business. The report identifies the effect of their financial performance on their non-financial performance and vice versa. Businesses can easily formulate a long-term management policies and plan. The GRI report helps the organization work efficiently and reduce cost. Companies can perform in compliance with the various laws, quality and performance standards, norms, and codes. Creating GRI report allows companies to recognize the stay clear from possible environmental, social, and/or governance failures. It also makes the comparison between internal performance and between organization and sector easy. Apart from internal benefit, there are also certain external benefit. JR report, they are as follows. JR report help in environmental safety and help the organization abide by social and governmental laws. It helps in the better management of company and improve their brand reputation and loyalty. Allow stakeholders to fulfill understanding the core value of the organization and also their tangible and intangible asset. Helps in the sustainability development of the organization. Next slide, please. More and more organization and discovering the benefit of sustainability reporting. Research shows that the systematic approach to sustainability reporting helps to improve sustainability performance, improve risk management and investor communication, engage stakeholders and improve stakeholder relation, motivate and engage employees, build credibility as a committed and effective corporate citizen, strengthen internal data management and reporting system, improve sustainability strategy and selection of performance indicator and targets, benchmark sustainability performance against self and others. Next, please. Other benefit of CSR to companies, by sitting in a sustainability responsibility way, you may also find it easier to access finance, to attract positive media attention, to reduce regulatory burden, and identify new business opportunity. For the closing, overall, there are benefits for organizations that carry out of the GRI reporting, such as improved reputation, increased employees and customer loyalty, and better business practices associated with sustainability reporting. The long-term effect of this can influence business success and profit margins when a business commits to provide sustainability report, especially when using the GRI framework, since the GRI reporting framework provides tools for management, increase comparability, and reduce costs of sustainability, brand and reputation enhancement, differentiation in the marketplace, protection from brand erosion resulting from the action of supplier or competitors, networking, and communication. For report user, the GRI reporting framework is a useful benchmarking tools, corporate governance tools, and an avenue for long-term dialogue with reporting organization. Once the ball is rolling, design a CSR report outlining your company's effort. Even it's just a few pages long, explaining your effort, impact, and plans toward the time. If you're driven by purpose and clear plan, others may read about it and support your business on its journey toward corporate social responsibility. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a seat here. Thank you for introducing us to the very strategic approach of GRI reporting. I want now to introduce Mr. Guido Reinhardt from the IFOI Institute. And he talks about life cycle assessment, which is another method to improve the environmental footprint. And Dr. Guido was studying physics
and he's the scientific director and member of the board of directors of the Institute of Energy and Environmental Research, IFO, in Heidelberg, in Germany, and he has more than 25 years of experience in big projects, for example, for OECD, UNIDO, UNEP, and other big companies. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I just try to, so that's the point I can use? Yeah. Okay, great, perfect. So I set the time to be in roundabout ready in about 10 minutes, I guess. So yeah, great to have you here. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers, especially Muni and yourself, for organizing this fantastic conference. And before starting to give an introduction about LCAs in the textile industry, I would like to give you a very short overview about the IFO Institute for Energy and Environmental Research in Heidelberg, Germany, which is a private, non-profit research institute working since almost 50 years on most of the aspects for society in terms of environmental and sustainability assessments, and that includes, of course, biomass. There's a big biomass group we have, and in this, cotton, for instance, for textiles are assessed. And I just have to, which one is, I have to find out how it works. Yeah, so our clients are international and national on policy, for instance, the United Nations sub-organizations or European Commission, companies, big ones, small ones, family-owned ones, as well as NGOs and the public. And our history on environmental assessments on the textile industry is since around about 30 years. We do on wovens and non-wovens, on products, on services, up to actually nowadays on circular economy, which is almost a very interesting new aspect in the textile industry. And it's not only me working in this institute. I have a wonderful team with a real lot of very experienced people. All of them are permanently employed, so we have a high expertise of senior experts. So as I said, I was asked to give an overview about life cycle assessment, and of course, there is some reason behind this, because the textile industry becomes under pressure more and more in the upcoming years because of fast fashion and many other issues. So if we talk about life cycle assessment, it's not only one question we have to address. There may be hundreds of different questions, like what's the environmental footprint of a t-shirt, or how compare a t-shirt of cotton and polyester, or what's about organic cotton conversion, also in comparison to conventional cotton. But also processes might be interesting. So how to improve the processes, energy efficiency, or to introduce renewable energies, or to have a whole portfolio of a company. So all these questions can be addressed in a life cycle assessment. And there is, since the 2000s, a ISO norm on life cycle assessment, how to proceed. So today there is not enough room actually to dive into this, but the most important issue is that we look from cradle to grave. For a t-shirt, for instance, from production of cotton until the disposal phase. And it's not only 6, 7 processes, it's a whole life cycle, as you can see here, with hundreds of processes. And just for you to understand what happens in a life cycle assessment along this pathway, all the single processes are addressed to calculate carbon dioxide emission and all the other greenhouse emissions, and we add them together. And this is a typical display of a result of a carbon footprint of a product, in this case, a t-shirt. And I will use this kind of presentation later on because I also, beside these very theoretical issues, I also brought a few examples with me. Basically, I already addressed that we may have a lot of different questions to be answered by a life cycle assessment. And I can summarize that these are especially products and or processes, single processes to improve, but also we can look at a whole company, the portfolio of a company, or only a location of one producing company. So my interim result in between is that LCA is a very powerful, fantastic tool to calculate the environmental implications of any of the services and products, but we need to have a clear question to be answered. So this is very important to know. Second is that I would like to let you know, I cannot read that. Do you address something to me? No, okay. Second, it's not only the carbon footprint we look at life cycle assessments. Since the 2000s, we have a whole set on environmental implications like ozone depletion, energy, we have acidification and many others. And usually in an LCA, you have to address all of them. But in a screening LCA, or if you run short of money, you can also have a small LCA, I would say. And if it comes to the textile industry, there are a few very important implications which must be addressed. One of them is, for instance, water. You may be aware that there are many areas in this world where not enough water is around, it's scarce, so quality is different, and also the amount which is available. So therefore, I like this poster over there because they address the water footprint also, what you can see here. So water must be included because it's a scarce resource, and that's the reason why in a life cycle assessment the water footprint in the textile industry is a must to be considered. Otherwise I would not consider this as a LCA for the textile industry. The same is on phosphate. We need phosphate for food production, for cotton production and other agricultural products, and the demand goes up with the world population. And almost 100% of the phosphate is mineral-based. There is almost no organic phosphate around, and the reserves are definitely limited. They will not last very long anymore. So we have this problem that in the next few decades, we need more phosphate, but the reserves are limited, and that's the reason why we also must include this in the LCAs. And the same applies also for the land use footprint. We have a lot of competition on land use for agriculture and bio-based commodities to other parts of living. So my second conclusion is best would be to look at all environmental implications, but if there's not enough resources available to do so for the textile industry, the minimum is energy, greenhouse gases, water, land use, and phosphate footprint. So in my third part of the presentation, I would like to give you three examples, and you may wonder, they will have complete different results, actually. That is why I chose them. First is I would like to show an example about a t-shirt compared from production from cotton and from polyester. And there is a life cycle comparison. So first I showed you just one life cycle, but we also can compare products along the life cycles. And if you have a look at the result of the carbon footprint, you realize there's not a big difference. So it's almost the same. So you can produce it from cotton or from polyester. And that includes production, use phase, washing, and disposal, and use of everything. So very interesting. If we look at the other footprints I was talking about, there you see differences. And especially 3 of these footprints, there you may realize that the polyester-based t-shirt behaves much better with a water footprint, with a land use footprint, and with a phosphate footprint. And that is the reason why we can definitely state that if the same use we have with these t-shirts, the polyester t-shirt is definitely environmental friendly compared to a cotton-based t-shirt. Another example is if we compare cotton from organic farming and from conventional farming. Again, we have a comparison, and there you may be surprised, it's almost the same. So it doesn't really matter. Organic cotton compared to the conventional cotton, the same result in the LCA. So if there is a debate on organic farming, we have to consider other issues like pesticides and biodiversity aspects, etc. And my last example, what I have is if we look at a process like spinning, there we need a lot of energy and especially electricity. And we calculated 6 scenarios with the standard electricity in Indonesia, in Germany, but also if we would introduce renewable energy into Indonesia by wind energy or by a mix of renewable energies or by photovoltaic. And if you look at these results, you may be surprised how big the potential is to improve the environmental implications associated with just one process, that is the spinning process. Only the spinning process for a t-shirt, that is fantastic. So this is also what an LCA can do to show the possible results in scenarios, even if it's not yet running. So I come to my conclusion at the end. I brought 4 take-home messages in my conclusion to take them home. First is that LCA is a suitable tool to answer questions about the environmental implications associated with most of the questions you have in the textile industry. And second, that it's not only to look at the status quo, but also on optimization potentials via sensitivity analysis. Another issue is that the minimum requirements for the environmental implications are the footprints I mentioned. Next to carbon dioxide or the carbon footprint, we must consider at least a few others like water and land use. And last but not least, for an LCA, as I already pointed out, we need to have a question addressed. There is not an LCA for the textile industry. There's an LCA on a certain question, and then the serious LCA practitioners can start to perform the LCA. So thanks a lot for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Guido. It's a scratch on the surface, as I learned on when you make a lecture like that. I want we just keep the questions for later, please. I want to invite Dr. Mohamed Widodo from the Polytech. Dr. Mohamed Widodo from Polytech STTT Bandung. He will talk about the prospect of plasma and supercritical carbon dioxide for the textile dyeing and finishing industry in Indonesia, and will give some insights of upcoming processes. Welcome. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Sorry, Mohamed, you are a friend, and it's so comfortable. Mr. Mohamed Widodo, Dr. Mohamed Widodo, he is the head of the postgraduate program at the STTT Bandung, and he graduated in fiber and polymer science from the North Carolina State University.
And yeah, you had the fellowship in Fulbright, so we are very happy to have you as a partner in the project. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Monica, for introducing me, and also thank you, everyone, for having me here. And also especially thank you for staying with us, because this is the last presentation, and then we also have another presentation with Evelyn from Nederland University. So yes, I'm going to talk about the prospect of plasma and supercritical carbon dioxide in dye finishing in textile industry of Indonesia, which sounds like very much in advance, but then I just want to share with you some ideas about this technology. Please, yes, next slide. Yes, so I'm from Polytechnic STT Bandung, which is actually the School of Textile in Indonesia. We are under the Ministry of Industry, not under the Ministry of Education, but more under the Ministry of Industry. So I am now the head of a postgraduate program. So this is the program that we have, the Master of Applied Science in Textile Engineering and Apparel Technology. If you can see there from the slides, actually we have like three pillars of excellence, or three pillars of focus of study, which is the advanced textiles, and then we also have sustainable and renewable materials, and also sustainable process and production of textiles and clothing. So with this program, you can see that our focus is more on the advanced textile, like the smart textiles and then functional textiles, those kind of things that we are dealing with the advanced textiles. But in addition to that, which is relevant with this event, also with this project, is the sustainability in the process of manufacture, and also the sustainability in the selection or the production of materials. So we are talking about the bio-based materials from biomass, for example, or from other natural sources of materials. And then the topic that I'm going to talk about is the plasma and supercritical carbon dioxide is falling under the third category, which is actually sustainable process of textile production and manufacture of textiles and clothing. So I just gave you some ideas behind it, and the relevance between the focus of study in our university and with this project. And these three things are tied up together within the head of the topic of Indonesia 4.0, Industry 4.0. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is, I think it is very interesting that from Guido's presentation before, he made a remark which is very strong about the water scarcity. And I can still remember the graphics that shows the water scarcity that he showed to us, that in terms of the carbon footprint, polyester and cotton is just the same. But when we look at the three other footprints, especially water, then it comes with a total difference between cotton and polyester. So this is very much relevant with the topic that I'm going to tell you about. They say in the internet, say that water is the oil of the 21st century. That means that in the past, in the 1970s or 1980s, we talk about the oil crisis in the Middle East, and then that's some sort of the source of war or dispute between countries when you talk about oil. But then it's not impossible that in the future, perhaps, we will fight over water crisis or water sources. So that's why they say that water is the oil of the industry. They are trying to make it relevant, trying to make the alignment with the crisis that we have with the oil. So with that in mind, I guess it's also the fact that some people in the world still have the problem with the clean water. Not only that clean water, even the access of water, they don't have that luxury that we have here in Indonesia, for example. Even in Indonesia, we can compare the quality of water that is available for us with the other countries, for example. You can drink from the tap water in some countries, but you don't want to drink from the tap water here. So water is still the problem for most part of the world. That's one of the points that I want to make. And then the next slide, please. So, yeah, so this is dealing with the second is that, which is related very much with the presentation from Guido previously about the cotton. They said that the cotton spent like 2,070 liters just for one piece of shirt, cotton shirt. And it is equivalent with water for one person to drink in 2.5 years, which is very much. So when you think about it, when you look at the picture and then try to, you can imagine like when I'm in a hotel and then I'm going for a shower, and then when you go to the industry, for example, it's not many people are going to a textile industry, but I think we are familiar with the situation with the hotel. Water is everywhere, but then you have to understand that the water they got is not falling from the sky. The water they get is from digging deep into the soil, and it absorbs the reserve of water. So that's for the hotel, which is familiar with I think most of you. And the situation is far more worse in the industry. I'm not trying to pinpoint, but that's just the fact that we have that the textile industry is consuming water very much. Sometimes they got it from the river or the stream, but I think most of the time they got it from the deep well water. So when you compare the situation with people not having access to clean water, and then you can see the comparison with the amount of water that they are consuming, so you can get a picture. Sometimes I feel like they say that water is the basic needs for people. So if you use water, then you have to provide them back to the people, which is the basic needs. That's the basic premise that I have when I'm going to the next slide. So the plasma is not a solution for everything. It's just that one of the solutions that people will come across, but it is also not necessarily to be the next technology. This is just a picture of the next technology that we may have, depending on what's your priority. But then with plasma, it is possible to process textiles without having to use water just as much as that we are using today. It is actually the technology of radiation. So what it does is to, like you can see there, it's a mixture of everything, almost everything there, like active species from the ionized gas. And then with this species, you can modify the surface of the materials, including fibers, so that it can be reactive to chemical reaction. Usually when you do a chemical reaction with fibers or polymers, you will need heat and then you will need water as a medium to do the chemical reaction. But with this one, you can just do the reaction on the fiber surface directly without having to use water. So that's the basic idea of using plasma. You do the radiation just the same with the microwave radiation or with the gamma ray radiation. But this one is more I think it's more convenient to work with compared to gamma ray or with the microwave radiation. So basically, this high energy radiation for polymer surface modification that you can use to modify the surface of fabric for your functional textiles, for example, like antimicrobial. Next slide, please. Yes. So why is this important? This is, you can see like the map, actually the map of research trends, technology trends, and it shows that the bump or the peaks that you can see there is the frequency or the intensity of research going on in that area, and plasma is one of the peaks there. You can see on the slides there. So, and then on the other side of the slides, on the left, on my right side, or yes, on your right side, is actually the strategic policy of Indonesian textile industry, which puts a priority in functional textiles. So what I'm seeing is that plasma on one side, which is in line with the research trend, global research trend, and then the other side is the functional textile, which is the strategic policy of industrial Indonesian policy. So then I think that maybe plasma is the next technology for Indonesia and in line with the policy. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is the plasma research that we have done in our laboratory and university. So we are building the plasma machine, laboratory scale machines. We have two types of plasma, corona plasma discharge, and then the other side is the dielectric barrier discharge plasma, which is basically they have different operations, but they are all plasma types. Just to show you the activities of research that we are doing in plasma fields of area of research. Next slide, please. This is just an example of what plasma can do. So basically what you see there is the individual fibers of polypropylene, and then with the help of plasma, you coat it, and then you make a reaction between the polymer. If you can see the irregularities on the surface, that actually the polymer coats on the surface of the fibers. It's taken by the scanning electron microscope. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is another example of my students who is working with dual properties. With plasma, this is very surface sensitive, so it's different with PET dry cure. With PET dry cure, you have to work with the whole part of the fabric, so what you get is both sides have the same properties. But with plasma, it is possible for you to have like dual properties, like hydrophobic, hydrophilic. What we are doing here is the hydrophilic, hydrophobic fabric. So you can have like one side of the fabric is absorbing water, and the other side of the fabric is repelling water. So this is part of the trick that plasma can do and can provide you with some sort of functionalities to textiles. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is supercritical carbon dioxide. We just had a interesting discussion with Axel and also with Guido about the next technology. And one of the things that I discussed that we discussed is the supercritical carbon dioxide. This is actually can remove the use of water also, and we are in the middle of doing some research also in the supercritical carbon dioxide. So the idea with the supercritical carbon dioxide is that you replace the water as the medium with carbon dioxide. So when you talk about the carbon footprint, you actually want to know the level of carbon dioxide that are producing from your process. But with this technology, actually you will want to use the carbon dioxide as the side product of other process for you to use that as the medium for your process. So when talking about closed loop, maybe this is one of the examples of closed loop process. The carbon dioxide that you don't want from other process can be taken and then used for this process with the technology. So this technology allows you to do the dyeing without having to use water. And if you don't use water, then I think you will have like less wastewater, of course, because you don't use water. And then if you don't use water, then you will not use, you will end up with less energy consumption because you don't need to heat the water for the process of the reaction. That's the basic idea of working with plasma or with supercritical carbon dioxide. What I'm showing with this slide is actually the photo from the polyester. You can see the dark spots there is actually the part of fiber that is dyed with the supercritical carbon dioxide. Next slide, please. I don't want to go into much detail with this technology, just to give you some general ideas about the technology. So this is the comparison between the process. You see, I just said that before, that water, zero water use, and then process chemicals. Of course, you don't have like process chemicals. Like when you are working with water and with chemicals, you will need like surfactants or dispersing agent, for example. With this technology, supercritical carbon dioxide, all these dispersing agents, surfactants, will not be necessary. And then with water, I just told you before, footprint, efficiency, and energy. And this is an example from the brands that they are using this technology for their products. I'm not sure if they are producing this in mass production, but I guess they are producing it like a campaign, more or less, that they are practicing the green technology. Because this technology is still limited in commercial level. So Adidas and Nike. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much about the, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is preliminary works that we have done with the supercritical carbon dioxide, working together with one of the university. Ida and I are working with the research on this technology as well. So that's pretty much my presentation about the technology. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. This is a very, it seems that you need to be a STEAM person to be sustainable or to work on sustainability. May I introduce Evelyn Lemper? She is also an engineer. She is with an in-depth knowledge in dyeing and finishing smart textiles, and since 2006 research scientist at the Research Institute for Textile and Clothing at the University of Niederrhein. And she will talk about innovative application methods for functional textiles in combination with NER drying technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for introducing me. Thank you, Mohammed. Where is he? Here, Mohammed, for starting this discussion on, very modern, very high-tech technology in the textile industry. Thank you much more even to all of you for staying with us here so late and listening to what we have to tell you on the approaches in the textile industry, and of course also all the online listeners. Thank you for listening to us today. Yeah, my topic today is innovative application methods to produce functional textiles. On purpose, Mohammed and me, we didn't call it smart textiles because it's really relevant for all the whatever you are thinking of. But I come to Indonesia and I'm very grateful to be here today. And then Mohammed sent me this presentation that he's going to talk about, and I thought, God, I'm coming from Germany. I must tell you at least something as interesting as he did, because this is already absolute high tech or really future thinking in the industry. So I had to come up with something similarly important as he did. So I'm going to try and make up for that. So what are functional textiles? For all of you that are maybe not textile experts, what is it? What we mean is different things, such as, you can also switch off my picture so we can see the presentation a little bit better. Functional textiles could be something just to achieve some finishing effect that is making the fabric hydrophobic or hydrophilic, or give us very good wash and wear effects, make it antimicrobial, flame retardant, and so on and so on and so on. It could also be very special effects that we have on blackout curtains, for example, very special anti-slip mattresses, stab-resistant materials, again, and so on and so on. Or, of course, the smart textiles, that's also a very special function that is also pretty new nowadays, where we can produce electrically conductive materials to do sensoring or actuating, illuminating things, heating and cooling, and so on. So all these functional textiles we have to achieve somehow. And certainly some of the ways for dyeing is the supercritical carbon. Plasma could also prepare some of these materials to allow such good finishes. But I was, at least in our university, we are the largest one in Europe for textile education. I want to show you something else here today. So these innovative application methods that we are using could be something that you all know already. That's inkjet printing. Inkjet printing, as you know it from your office, or maybe the textile experts also know it from modern prints and clothing. For real planar finishing, it's a bit critical because we cannot really use any particles. We cannot really achieve very good coverage on our textiles. But we call it drop-on-demand techniques, but critical for what we really want to achieve. What is a lot more easy to use is the spray-on-demand technique. That's also printing, but we're using magnetic valves. We can apply even particles to achieve a certain function, as I've just showed you before, for such textiles. So that's one of the options we have. Another one is also a spray technique using piezo needles. Again, we can apply particle sizes and we can apply high viscosities and rather large application amounts. Why do I say all of this? I want to achieve a finish with as little water as possible. Not waterless, as Mohammed just said, but with as little as possible. Why do we do this? Because we want to be sustainable. We want to have as little water in the first place. Certainly for environmental reasons, for wastewater, etc. But major important issue is the least water we have in the fabric at the end of the process, the least we need to dry it. And as Axel said in the panel discussion, one of the first things we can do is reduce that water or whatever is the problem in the first step. At least, he told me yesterday, 25% of all energy required for doing a drying process can already be reduced if we reduce that water sufficiently, or efficiently, let's say. So one last way of applying certain chemicals we have used a lot in our university, especially when we talk smart textiles, would be another way of printing. So all these digital applications that we have available, we can make use of to apply chemicals with as little water content as possible. Now I have to come up with something that's as high-tech as what Mohammed said. That's the drying technique. Sorry, Mohammed. That's the drying technologies. Now, the textile people, we are really very blinkered and very old-fashioned, and we have often difficulties in changing things. But I want to show you one technique that I'm personally really very much in favor of to reduce energy and improve efficiency in the drying process. Conventionally, we're drying textiles with hot air, gas, very basically efficiently. Some companies have introduced infrared dryers or pre-dryers. Ultraviolet drying units are used, pulse, xenon, etc. But the one that I want to really show you today is the near-infrared photonic system. It's a system that is used in other industries already, for example, in the film industry, in plastics. It's not really well or not really introduced at all into the textile industry, but we've done many preliminary trials in small version, even also in production size, and I'm personally quite convinced, so I'd like to show this to you, what we have done and why it is so efficient. The near-infrared drying system is based on bulbs, light bulbs, that are filled with high-temperature heated tungsten filaments. They go up to 3,500 Kelvin. They have a very high energy emission. However, this energy can be very well controlled. It can be defined, and it can also be adjusted to whatever I need in output. The high power emission of these bulbs is suitable for spontaneous drying of coatings and prints. And I mean spontaneous. It's really in the blink of an eye. Because these very special lamps only dry liquid water. The system, these near-infrared bulbs only dry in a specific wavelength. It's around 800, 900 nanometers. That's where the absorption is highest, specifically those that we were using at 3,500 Kelvin. So this very narrow area, that's where the lamps attack. Thankfully, generally, those molecules that you find in such coatings oscillate at a specific wavelength as well. But the wavelength of those and of the fabrics is different. And that's what we can make use of. So the absorption of such waves for liquid water is totally different to that of any kind of textile substrate. So we are not heating up the substrate, we are only heating up the water. So the water basically evaporates spontaneously, while the textile stays cold. We tried to show this here in this picture. It's maybe a little bit a lot. I need to turn around to show you what I really mean, so please excuse me. If you see it here, that's the absorption basically in the area of near infrared. And you can see there is no absorption at all. So the textile doesn't absorb the waves, only the coatings, or let's say the water in the coatings. In real life, it looks like this. It's a continuous machine that we produced in lab scale. It's only about 30 centimeters wide, but the same type of machinery we've also already installed in one of the textile factories that we're in partner with in a different project. So these special wavelengths that can be used, they only, as I said, really activate these molecules in the solvent, in the water in this case, and make them evaporate. Any kind of solid-based substrates are not absorbing any or almost no energy at all, so they do not really heat up. It's a very efficient removal of these gaseous solutions. The unit can be very small, very compact, because it's very fast. And also the cooling zone afterwards, if normally you heat up the coating and the textile, you need a long cooling area at the end. We also don't need that because the textile doesn't get heated up. So, in conclusion, we can already, in a sustainable way, apply aqueous solutions for coatings to achieve functional textiles with those very controllable digital printing systems. In addition, we can afterwards controlled dry those sometimes multi-layer coatings or single-layer coatings. We can efficiently and spontaneously dry them with this near-infrared systems that can be integrated into machinery, that can be also integrated into existing machinery. For example, the used stentors that Axel has also introduced here already. And by doing so, you can really save in resources of chemicals, of energy, of time, and of space. Thank you for your attention. I won that challenge of the 10 minutes. Yeah, it's the last lecture today, so I thought I'd really go through it more or less pretty quickly. And Mohammed and me, we had this, and he said, well, 10 minutes is really little. And I said, yes, but I like challenges, so I tried. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Evelyn. Okay, sama-sama. Thank you, Evelyn, for your nice presentation. Near infrared drying technology is very nice. We can talk more about this, but then to make it fair, because of the very tight time, we will maybe give one opportunity for a question from the audience. Any questions, please? So there is a question from the online audience, is it? Okay, Aslihan, you will.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to read the questions. One of the question is, I guess this is for Guido, Reinhard. Thank you for the interesting presentation. While LCA is surely an important tool to compare different options to take when choosing the less environmental footprint products, how about the business model and the consumer behavior, such as fast fashion, etc., could definitely affect the footprint? I think it's more a comment than a question. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I have to switch it on. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, indeed. As I said, we need to know what question is in the room to give you an answer with the LCA technology and methodology. So If it's about fast fashion, there might be a question, how would affect fast fashion compared to longer living textiles, the environmental implications. And then we can do an LCA. And that's all about. So indeed, fast fashion has a lot of environmental impacts, and to go towards circularity would be one option actually, to use and reuse and recycle the material after the lifetime.
So no more questions? Okay. I think it's the time. Then very nice lectures from the experts of renewable energy, and then CSR, and then LCA, life cycle assessment, and also non-water finishing process, and the last is very nice about the near infrared drying technology. Thank you very much for your kind lectures, so wonderful, and please give them the big applause. Thank you so much. And before we let you to come back, I would like to invite Ibu Murni to announce the winner of the poster and video competition. Please, Bu Murni. Well, then another souvenir for all the lecturers. Okay, please.
Ibu Murni? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Take. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce the winner of poster and video that we have conduct today. Thus, before we announce the winner, we'd like to present again to you the video and the poster. Please present the video and poster, and you are able to vote by the QR code on your presentative table. There's a QR code there. You can vote the video and the poster to get the best poster and video. Okay, on the screen, on the Zoom screen, we can see the first video called Save Water. You are still having time to vote best poster and best video.
Sorry, is a limited resource and we can run out of it. The poster serves to sensitize people to a conscious use of water and a wise use of it. There are many simple actions you can take to reduce the waste of water. Turn off the tap when it's not in use. Use energy efficient water saving devices. Reuse water for landscape gardens. Take a shower, not on a bed, so you can reduce the water waste. We are sure that by taking this simple action, we can contribute to the sustainability of our planet and to the reduction of water waste. Don't waste water because a drop of clean water means for life today and later. Let's make this world a better place for future generation. Thank you.
And the second one is talking about biogas disaster. Okay, please play it. Okay, could you please display the second poster? Okay, on the screen is the second poster, namely biogas digester as a sustainable energy strategy in Ponggang Village, Indonesia. Okay, we will go to the next video, number 3.
Chicken meat is one of the most used.
Okay, could you please present the third poster? The third poster and video, and the title is The Implementation of Rainwater Harvesting in Jakarta, Indonesia. Yeah. This one is the poster of the third poster. Okay. Next.
Sources in a lot of Indonesian dishes. However, predicting the freshness of the meat that was sold in packed products is a tricky situation. Most of the time, we rely on our senses to guess if the meat is safe for consumption, but still, a lot of misjudgment happen, which also led to food poisoning incidents and a great amount of food waste. Here's where intelligent packaging with a form of indicator film could help. This film consists of water-soluble chitosan as a solid base and natural colorant as the dye. The colorant used is pH sensitive and has the ability to exhibit color changes when it was exposed to different pH environments. This indicator film is capable of monitoring its product freshness, such as chicken breast, where spoilage is indicated by pH changes. This innovation in packaging can hugely help consumers with food safety, so the next time they buy meat products, they can rest assured that the products are safe for the cooking process.
Okay, that is the fourth video with titled Modified Chitosan-Based Intelligent Packaging with Natural Colorant as Freshness Indicator of Chicken Breast. And this one is the poster. Okay, next please.
Indonesia has a vast area with abundant marine products that are rich in protein and prone to decay due to microbial activity. The spoilage of marine products are usually known by their physical appearance or the smell they emit. In order to keep these products from spoilage, we often store them in coolers. However, after being stored for a certain period of time, it will be difficult to monitor whether the product is actually still feasible for consumption or not just by looking at it. We could get ill when we did not recognize that it has been contaminated, or actually it is still destined to be eaten, yet we throw it away, which could increase the food waste. By that concern, in a lab we tried to develop an indicator film as the intelligent food packaging that was made with alginate as the matrix and the addition of anthocyanin and nanoparticle to monitor the freshness of brown. Volatile basic compounds that were resulted from protein degradation by microbes in the brown will increase the pH around the lid and be responded by the film by changing its color from violet to green. Hopefully, this intelligent food packaging could make consumers be easier to buy the products and help reducing the food waste by monitoring the freshness in real time.
Okay, there is the fifth video with titled Alginate-based film incorporated natural colorant with nanoparticle as brown freshness indicator. Okay, I'd like to announce to the audience the winner of best poster and best video. There's a drum sound, I think, with the best video and best poster. I'd like to see best video. Capacity building for refugees in Jabodetabek. Okay, for the representative, please, to the stage. Okay, we will wait for a while. Okay, we will next to the best poster. And the winner is biogas digester as a sustainable. Woo! Okay. Who is the representative, please? Okay, give applause once again to the representative of the winner, best poster. Okay. And I'd like to invite Bu Yuli to give. Oh, okay. I'd like to invite Mr. Eko as Vice Rector to give a symbolic award to the representative. Okay, thank you. Congratulations for you for best poster. Yeah. Okay, that's all the announcement of best poster and video, and I'd like to give the place to the moderators. Excuse me, ma'am.
So I want now formally close the event. I wanted to sum up the main ideas of this symposium today. I think you got an idea how difficult and comprehensive the context of sustainability is. We were focusing on energy on one side, starting from the processes from in textile industry, or ending with the processes, but it's the smallest unit. Then maybe the more comprehensive approach, looking in a comparison, for example, with life cycle assessment. And you can use all these indicators of energy also to build up or have it integrated in a more comprehensive approach of GRI management. And I hope you can see that we are at the starting point in the very beginning of this project, and sustainability or energy management, everything what is concerned with sustainability is just a learning approach. And I'm so happy that we can do the first steps together and maybe contribute to a more sustainable textile industry. And thank you for joining this event. Thank you for coming, and I hope we will be in deeper discussion. One last comment. Organizing all this is a lot of stuff, and it is a good custom in Germany to say thank you to all the background stuff, which is here, making the techniques, looking for the food, making everything here comfortable, building and hanging the posters, and so on. Thank you for all this work, and also applause for all these people. And a special thanks to Murni and Park Echo, who made this everything possible together with the rector of the University of Atma Jaya. Thank you very much. So I think there is now a small dinner, and wants to join that for interaction and discussion. And we have also here